bro. Like, listen, all right, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
Do I think it's okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bow with me as I ask God's blessings upon this ceremony. Almighty God, your steady hand has guided this republic for nearly 250 years. From its birth in the wilderness to this very hour, we come to you now with grateful hearts. We assemble here today to honor men who, when the test came, were steadfast and unmovable. We thank you for the unyielding conviction of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds, who looked evil in the eyes and did not flinch. And we thank you for the battlefield grit of Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, courage that saved lives in Vietnam and courage that stands before us today. And Lord, we thank you for Staff Sergeant Michael Allis, who, in a final selfless act, made his own body a shield for a friend. Bless the family and friends of these great men of honor, O Lord, and forbid that we leave this place as mere admirers of their heroic deeds. Plant in our hearts a measure of their courage that we might prove worthy of the freedom for which they and generations before them defended. Lord, now let the light of liberty continue to shine on our great nation. We pray in the strong name of the one who guides us. This will defend. Amen.
Thank you very much, Chaplain Green. Wonderful job. Appreciate it. And thank everybody for being here, and please feel free to sit. So before we begin this important ceremony, and there's no ceremony that can be much more important than this, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury.
Jesus Christ.
The United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program.
Welcome to Stanley versus the world, everyone. What's up, dirty dude? Yeah, this is starting off terrible. This is dude, and everybody please make sure you hit the like button as you come in. If you hear this on a replay, please make sure that you hit the like button and make any comments that you feel necessary, pro or con. Um, if you are new to the channel, please subscribe and, check us out. We are the 300 now, which actually was going to be the title of the show, kind of celebrating 300. But I think that Bobby Perkins' comment was funnier. And I've actually kind of changed the context of the show several times in the past 2 or 3 hours. There was some other things I wanted to talk about, which were basically Trump related, but this Iraq war thing, I'm sorry, this Iran war thing is it it's already starting to spiral slightly out of control, and I can see this slowly spinning out of control like a fucking flat spin. I've made the analogy before. If you've ever watched like Eighth Army or Eighth Air Force, um, World War II videos, basically it was the invasion into Germany. A lot of it was air war before D-Day. And I've seen, and there've been like a couple novels written about, one of these bombers getting hit by flak or, something like that over Germany, and it goes into a flat spin. And it's the type of spin that generates centrifugal force. So it pins, gravity pins everybody to walls or, basically the walls of the plane. So the crew can't escape because gravity has pinned them into the plane. So they literally have a few minutes while they're spinning in an out of control flat spin, and there's not a goddamn thing they can do about it. So they go down with the ship. This is Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump's flat spin. And Americans, we civilians, are just kind of in that flat spin, and the pilot is the only one who isn't affected by the gravity. But he can't control the plane because he fucked up the piloting. Donald Trump, starting out a Medal of Honor ceremony with news about Donald Trump's war is so disrespectful. I can't even I can't imagine me being there and not getting up and walking out. I don't if I were so lucky or so brave to be a Medal of Honor recipient, I'd fucking get up and walk out. Yeah. This isn't a briefing on what he's doing in Iran, but he feels we are in this man's flat spin. We are in a MAGA bomber, and the bomber's going down in a flat spin, and there's not a goddamn thing we can do about it right now. So, and while I'm thinking about it, let me also point out, um, it is literally, and it's a military related point. I heard something a few nights ago, a bunch of like people just shitting on the military. Um, and I am not one to, talk a whole lot about my Navy service. Shit, I had a great time in the Navy. I was lucky enough to be an officer, and I served my country proudly, and would do it again. Um, Hearing young black people, and I'll be 61 this month. So when I say young, I'm talking people 20 years younger than me in their 30s, 40s, and maybe even early 50s, talking smack about how bad the military is for black people and just how bad the military is in general, dude, I was so disgusted. I did my usually Stanley comments in the chat and I just left because I knew if I went up there, I was gonna burn some bridges. And I'm one of these people, I don't give a fuck if I burn a bridge, especially at my age. What bridge can't be burned? I don't need anybody, you know, I don't need anybody to an extent that I can't burn a goddamn bridge, especially if you're on YouTube. But, you know, I did the better thing and just left left or stopped watching the show and did something better. Um, it is ignorant to think that the military has been and continues to be a bad place for any American that needs some direction in life or needs a, you know, it's a great way to pull yourself up by your bootstraps because you will be wearing boots literally, and the military will give you the straps. Hearing people who have never served, basically old YNs and fucking slacker white boys, there is nothing more disgusting to me. And I'm not MAGA, I'm not right of center. I'm a liberal with a capital L. But there are just some things that make people just seem like trash American citizens. And that's not something I'm not gonna fucking stand by and listen to people badmouth shit they've never even experienced or know anything about. So let's get back to another trash American citizen.
Program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago. We warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein.
I literally don't trust a thing this guy says. And his Republican predecessor, George Bush Jr., turned out, you know, to be pretty, pretty uh, untrustworthy. Donald Trump is even worse. Nope, sorry, don't believe that Iran was an imminent threat to the American people itself. And I assume he means in the homeland, like fucking Iran was going to launch an ICBM. I don't think so.
And Obama, that was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon, never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. And we thought we had a deal, but then they backed out. And they came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You got to do it the right way. Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think you'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through.
Listen to this motherfucker with his victim complex. You had to go through what? Dude, you're not on the front lines leading a goddamn platoon. What are you going through? This is the most uninspiring leader, commander-in-chief, president of the United States I've ever had in my lifetime. Trump is the most uninspiring leader ever. At least, I'm aware of pretty much Nixon going forward. Trump is the least inspiring.
Projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot. But please join me in thanking every American service member who...
I guarantee you Trump is going to nominate himself, or he's going to have somebody. If he can't get a Nobel Prize, and he's damn sure not going to get a Nobel Peace Prize now, he's going to nominate himself for the Congressional Medal of Honor. I swear he will.
Bravely is standing in harm's way. They really are incredible, and I just want to thank you. We have a lot of them right here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We have a lot of great service members here with us, too, in this beautiful building. Isn't it beautiful? We're adding on to the building a little bit. We're improving the building.
Oh, my God. I heard about this. This motherfucker is at a Congressional Medal of Honor ceremony talking about the drapes? Holy cow. What in the fuck? This motherfucker is talking about redecorating the White House at a Congressional Medal of Honor ceremony? Sheesh.
When that comes down right now, you see a very, very deep hole.
What's up, Shara?
But in about a year and a half from now, you're going to see a very, very beautiful building. And there's your entrance to it right there. In fact, it looks so nice, I think I'll save money on the doors because it can't get more beautiful than
Really?
that. I picked those drapes in my first term.
Oh my
I always
God.
like gold, but I think we can save a lot of money. I just saved curtains. But and it'll be spectacular. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom. I believe it's because I built many a ballroom. I believe it's going to be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world. And when you hear all that hammering out there, you know why the first lady is not thrilled exactly. She said, "Will the
Jesus
pile
fucking
drivers ever
Christ.
stop? You know, they go from 6 in the
I
morning
cannot
till
believe
11:30 in the evening. Can you imagine?
this.
Yeah.
This is a Medal of Honor
You know what?
ceremony.
To me, that's a beautiful sound. She doesn't like it. I love it. You know what? To me, other than here, because we're donating it, not
So we're here to decorate war veterans, people who have been injured in combat and behaved heroically. And this motherfucker is talking about he and the missus disagreement over drapes? The fuck? This is about as disrespectful of this country. Dude, I didn't imagine it was going to devolve to this. You know what? I might fucking just move on to the next story. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make it through this shit.
a penny to the taxpayer. It'll be under budget, ahead of schedule. It'll be 400 million or less. Most people say
400 million or
more. No,
less.
it'll be less. But when I hear that
So let's
sound, that
cut
beautiful
food
sound behind
stamps.
me, it means money. So I like it. But my wife isn't thrilled. She said, "This is getting crazy." I said, "Don't worry about it. We'll be all finished up in a few months." But now, for the reason that we're gathered this morning to recognize the unsurpassed courage of 3 really incredible American heroes, 1 living and 2 no longer with us. So together, we recognize the exceptional valor of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds. And maybe I could ask your families to stand because they're beautiful families. I got to meet them. And please. So Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis and Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, as they receive our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. And we're pleased to be joined by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. He's busy, very busy guy. In fact, I said, if you want, Pete, you can avoid it. General Raisin Kane also. And they said, we don't avoid this one. This is one you wouldn't avoid for anything, right? So we appreciate that you're here. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, who's doing an incredible job, Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Doug, thank you. You stand up, Doug. You're doing such a good job. 92% approval rating. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, who's known as Raisin Kane. I liked him when I heard that name, Raisin Kane. I said, if it's true, you're my guy. And it's
What's up,
true.
Brian?
It's very true. He's a great guy and a great general. Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, and Army Chief of Staff, Randy George. Thank you. Thank you both, Dan. As well as Senators Tom Cotton, Bill Hagerty. You guys were great on television this weekend. I'll tell you what, can't have a better representative than both of you. Thank you very much. And Representatives Tim Burchett, Jack Bergman, and Nicole Malliotakis. So we have a few others sitting here, but I'm not going to go through it because we have far more important people to honor today. Oh, we have Tom Homan. I got to at least mention Tom Homan. I would be a stand-up, Tom. What a job. Zero people coming in.
What a great job Tom Homan has done. Zero American citizens killed so far. Good job, Tom. Stand up.
We had millions and millions of people pouring into our country now that, I mean, I'm not even sure I can believe this number is zero, but it is given out by Democrats. Democrats from the left, and they're rated for the last 9 months. We had 0 people come illegally through our border. Right, Tom? So I want to thank you very much. And I also want to salute 6 former Medal of Honor recipients: William Swenson, Jim McLuhan, Walter Marm, Thomas Paine, Sammy Davis. That's an interesting guy. Where is Sammy Davis? We have a big story here, Sammy. You've heard that all your life, I'll bet, huh? And Edward Byers. Stand up, please. You all look good. We all look good. We remember the ceremonies. All great. It's a great honor. There's no greater. I tried for myself. I've tried numerous times to get one by myself. I keep getting shut down. They say, you can't do it, sir. Bad protocol. Very bad. I would say the worst. But I'm only kidding. You don't have to say I'm only kidding. Otherwise, the press will come out with it, which they actually did once. Donald Trump wants a Congressional Medal of Honor, but he's been shut down. But now you are brave, amazing people.
Well, let me say this. Even the press knows that Donald Trump has done not a goddamn thing to deserve a Medal of Honor. So thank you for your interest.
1941, Roddy Edmonds of Knoxville, Tennessee, enlisted in the U.S. Army and soon rose to one of the youngest master sergeants in the military. In 1944, he sailed to Europe to fight in World War II, and he was so enthusiastic and young and full of vim and vigor. Roddy soon found himself on the front lines of the Battle of the Bulge. That was a big one, massively outnumbered by enemy forces. His 1,200 soldier unit fought valiantly until they were completely overrun. The force was massive on the other side, many times the number. After a 4-day death march, one that was covered very well by the history books, through bitter cold, they were put into a German POW camp. Roddy was the top-ranking infantryman in the camp. He was number 1, meaning he was responsible for the lives of his fellow service members. On July 26, 1945, a Nazi SS officer issued an order over the camp loudspeaker, loud and strong. He said that only American Jews were to show up to roll call following this morning. He added, all who disobey this order will be shot immediately. There were more than 200 Jewish American soldiers in the camp, and Roddy knew their separation from the group would mean certain death. So that night he summoned his team and devised a plan. The next morning, all 1,200 American men fell in line together, shoulder to shoulder. Enraged, the Nazi commandant rushed forward, drew his Luger pistol, and pressed the barrel between Sergeant Edmonds' eyes. He barked at Roddy. They cannot all be Jews, he screamed loud and again, and staring straight back into the raging face of evil. Sergeant Edmonds replied fearlessly, we are all Jews here. The Nazi officer lowered his weapon and the soldiers erupted in cheers. With total disregard for his own life, Roddy had saved over 200 of his fellow service members. Their camp was liberated 2 months later. We're honored to be joined today by Roddy's son, Chris. Please stand up as Thank you, Chris. Today, your father gets the honor he so courageously earned. And really amazing, right? It's an amazing story. Congratulations to the family of Master Sergeant Roddy Edmonds. The next two we recognize today served in the 1st Battalion, 28th Infantry Regiment of the 1st Infantry Division, better known as Big Red 1. Do you know about that, Pete, right?
No,
Command
motherfucker.
Sergeant
It's
Major Terry
the big
Richardson.
red one.
We are honored to have you with us. On September 12th, 1968, 102 brave men of Terry's Alpha Company were asked with securing Hill 222 deep behind the enemy's line in Vietnam. They didn't know it at the time, had no idea, but the area was totally infested with nearly 300 enemy bunkers and many, many enemy soldiers, far outnumbering them by at least 4, 5, even 6 to 1. As Terry led Lima platoon up Hill 2,
Lima?
the enemy launched an ambitious and
Lima?
violent attack,
You mean?
unleashing a withering fire of machine guns and rocket-propelled grenades.
Lima.
Just didn't
As in
stop.
Lima
Just
bean?
kept coming. Pinned down in hell on earth, Terry summoned unimaginable courage. 3 times he exposed himself to enemy fire to rescue severely wounded comrades, and 3 times he dragged them back to the group. Terry soon realized that the 82 remaining men had one chance of survival. That was air support. Acting without regard of his own life, he grabbed the radio and charged up Hill 222 alone. He needed to be there. It was the only place you'd get reception. He withstood a storm of enemy bullets, eventually reaching the top, where he spent the next 8 hours calling in tactical strikes, completely exposed. An hour in, an enemy sniper shot rang out and the bullet tore through his right leg violently. He was in bad shape, but Terry disregarded that and pushed through. And after 7 more hours of calling in American fire from above, the enemy retreated. Later that day, his team found him with both eardrums totally ruptured and a mangled right leg and foot, but still barely living, but living nevertheless. Due to Terry's actions above and beyond the call of duty, 82 men, Alpha Company, survived this battle, including 2 in this room, Norm Meyer and Dave Himmer. Where are you? Can you want to stand up, Norm and Dave? Where's Norm and Dave? That's pretty cool. Pretty good. And that story is 100% correct, isn't it? Huh? See, pretty. It's how much have you paid him over the years? Have you said take everything we have? We wouldn't be here, right? That's great. That's a great story, Terry. Today you enter the ranks of the bravest warriors ever to stride the face of the earth. Please stand up, please. Thank you. That's great, Terry. That's a great, brave man. I met him back there. He said, he's central casting. Look at him. He looks great. He looks great. You feel like fighting? I think we could take him today. What do you think, Pete? We'll make a little deal with him, as you are a brave man. Finally, we honor one more American soldier, a fallen warrior of wars, and really terror. Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis, born in 1988 on Staten Island. Michael grew up seeing the World Trade Center across the bay. I know Staten Island so well. The people in Staten Island are amazing. After 9/11, Michael enlisted in the Army, and by 24 years old, he was in. He was locked in. He loved it. He wanted it so badly. He was a squad leader serving in Afghanistan with the 2nd Battalion, 22nd Infantry Regiment, 1st Brigade Combat Team of the legendary 10th Mountain Division. On August 28th, 2013, terrorists detonated a 400-pound car bomb on the east wall of the forward operating base, Ganzi, ripping open a 60-foot wide breach into a compound that housed NATO coalition forces, a lot of them. 10 Taliban fighters wearing suicide vests swarmed through. From across the compound, Michael saw the pillar of white smoke rising and ran to join the fight, rushing without his gear, wearing almost no gear, no Kevlar helmet, no body armor, just one magazine in his rifle. Along the way, he encountered a Polish soldier, and together they advanced under heavy fire, very, very heavy fire. At one point, shrapnel ripped through the Polish soldier's legs, rendering him unable to walk, very, very severely hurt. In that chaos of gunfire, explosions, and charred human remains, a terrorist insurgent appeared, rounding a corner with his suicide vest, fully armed, and you could see it. It was going to happen. He charged the wounded Polish soldier without hesitation. Michael raised his gun and forced himself between the insurgent and the man he just met, shielding him with his own body. He knew it was going to happen. He shielded him with his own body. You know, bravery's amazing. You never really know who's brave, who's not until they're really tested. We think some people are brave, Pete, and they're not. We think others aren't, and they are. You never know. But he was tested. That's called the ultimate test, right? And at perhaps his final heartbeat, Michael fired his weapon, and the terrorist detonated his vest simultaneously. Staff Sergeant Ollis was killed just weeks before his 25th birthday, and nobody was any more brave than that. In his final act on earth, Michael absorbed the blast, sparing the life of that Polish warrior, who we are grateful to have in the room with us today, Second Lieutenant Carol Sierpika. Carol Sierpika. Where are you, Carol? Hey. Would you like to come up? Please. I'd love to have you come up. Thank you, Carol. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, Minister of War, Prime Minister Polish of National Defense, distinguished guests, everyone gathered here today, dear my Basia, Michael, and Jacob, especially dear Linda and Robert, and the entire Ollis family. What do you have that you did not receive? This is how I would like to begin these few words, to speak to you all here. In this special place and on occasion of this incredibly important ceremony, one that is significant for many, but truly especially exceptional for me, is a particular privilege and a great honor. Above all, however, it is my commitment. It is a part of my new mission, which began 13 years ago. A soldier is not something you are from time to time. It is who you are forever. It is just like you are not a mother, a father, a sister, and brother. Or as
You know
only
what?
for a
I
moment.
think, God damn it. You know what? I hit a, did I hit a wrong button? Seem to be doing that a lot. Apologize, folks.
These are not rules given to us for a while. They are a great gift, but also a great lifelong commitment. Yes, today my commitment and my greatest gift is to cultivate the memory of true, heroic act of courage that I witnessed performed by your beloved son, Michael. Please forgive me if my words have not fully captured what I truly feel today. However, sometimes words are simply not enough. I'm deeply moved, happy, and grateful to God for my service, for my parents, for my family, for my beloved homeland, Poland, for my second family from Staten Island, and for my second homeland, America. God bless you all. Michael, thank you for your service, and I will see you in our heavenly homeland. Thank you for your service. Thank you so much.
And Carol is joined by his wife and their two wonderful sons, Jacob and Michael. Michael is named after the American hero who saved his father's life. So stand up, Michael. Let me see. That's great. We're also pleased to be joined by several members of the Polish government, including representatives of the president, who I think is a fantastic man, by the way. I must be honest with you. I endorsed him and he won, and he came from behind. He won, and he was the biggest story in Europe. And he's going to be a great president. He already is. But as well as Poland's Minister of Defense, to honor the blood and sacrifice that has helped seal the Polish-American bond. We have a great bond. We have a great relationship with your country. And I just want to thank you to Michael's parents, Bob and Linda. Your son's selflessness in the face of real evil reminds us of the courage that keeps our country free. And I just said the genetics in that family are very strong, right? I said that before. All three families, I said, good. I see some of the young ones today. And I said, you have good genes. They were asking me, what does that mean? I said, don't worry about it. You'll figure it out. But you have the best genes you can have, actually. So thank you for giving America your beloved son. And now I would like to ask the military aide to come forward and read the citations, and then we will do the honors. Thank you all very much. This is a tremendous honor for me to be here. Thank you. Please, military aide.
Chris Edmonds, accepting on behalf of his father, Master Sergeant Roderick W. Edmonds. The President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress, March 3, 1863, has posthumously awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to Master Sergeant Roderick W. Edmonds, United States Army. Master Sergeant Roderick W. Edmonds distinguished himself by acts of gallantry above and beyond the call of duty from January 27, 1945 to March 30, 1945 as a prisoner of war in Germany. Upon arrival at Stalag 9A in Zietenhain, Germany, on the evening of January 26, 1945, the Germans announced that only Jewish American prisoners would fall out for roll call the following morning at the threat of execution. Master Sergeant Edmonds directed his senior leaders to have all 1,200 American prisoners present themselves for roll call. The Nazi commandant became incredulous after realizing that so many Americans were standing in formation. The commandant removed his pistol, pressed it hard against Master Sergeant Edmonds' forehead between his eyes, and demanded that he order all Jewish American prisoners to step forward or he would be shot. Master Sergeant Edmonds fearlessly held his ground, refusing to concede. The commandant lowered his weapon without further attempts to segregate the Jewish American prisoners. Several weeks later, in March 1945, the Germans ordered all prisoners to assemble outside the barracks for evacuation. Master Sergeant Edmonds ordered all American prisoners to form in front of the barracks, and when the enemy transports arrived, they would break ranks and rush back to the barracks. Master Sergeant Edmonds gallantly led these prisoners in a relentless pursuit of opposition and resistance, forcing the Germans to abandon the camp, leaving the 1,200 American prisoners behind. Master Sergeant Edmonds' conspicuous gallantry above and beyond the call of duty are in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon himself, his unit in the United States Army. Command Sergeant Major Terry P. Richardson. The President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress March 3, 1863, has awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to Staff Sergeant Terry P. Richardson, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Terry P. Richardson distinguished himself by acts of gallantry above and beyond the call of duty on September 14, 1968, in the vicinity of Loc Ninh, Republic of Vietnam. On this date, his company was tasked with the mission of securing Hill 222 in hostile and enemy territory near the Cambodian border. Staff Sergeant Richardson directed one of his squads to be the point element leading the way. Shortly after the assault began, 3 of the squad members became severely wounded and pinned down between 3 enemy machine gun bunkers. Staff Sergeant Richardson advanced forward under heavy enemy fire and recovered his wounded soldiers between heavy machine gun fire. By the time he was able to make it back to join his unit, his entire company had been completely surrounded by the enemy. Staff Sergeant Richardson recognized that the only way to keep his company from being overrun was with accurate tactical airstrikes. Staff Sergeant Richardson advanced to the top of Hill 222 under heavy enemy fire for better sight lines to direct the tactical airstrikes. He began to direct the tactical airstrikes and shortly thereafter became wounded by an enemy sniper. Staff Sergeant Richardson's continued directing the tactical airstrikes for 7 more hours before the enemy broke contact. 6 soldiers from his platoon found him still alive. Staff Sergeant Richardson declined medical evaluation for his gunshot wound and requested that he be allowed to stay to lead his soldiers. Altogether, his actions directly resulted in 85 lives being spared on that fateful day. Staff Sergeant Richardson's conspicuous gallantry and extraordinary heroism at the risk of his life, above and beyond the call of duty, are in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon himself, his unit, and the United States Army. Robert and Linda Ollis accepting on behalf of their son, Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis. The President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress, March 3rd, 1863, has posthumously awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to Staff Sergeant Michael H. Allis, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Michael H. Allis distinguished himself by acts of gallantry above and beyond the call of duty on 28 August 2013 in Afghanistan.
What's
On
up,
this date,
Fred?
a complex enemy attack involving multiple vehicle-borne improvised explosive devices, suicide vests, indirect fire, and small arms fire was launched against Forward Operating Base Hanzi. Staff Sergeant Allis ordered his fellow soldiers to move to bunkers to shield themselves from enemy fire. After accounting for his soldiers, he moved toward the enemy force that had penetrated the perimeter of the Forward Operating Base. Staff Sergeant Allis located a coalition forces officer, and together they moved toward the point of attack, armed with only their rifles. Upon reaching the attack point, they linked up with other friendly forces and began a coordinated effort to repulse the enemy. While under continuous fire, Staff Sergeant Allis moved from position to position, engaging the enemy with accurate and effective fire. While fighting along the perimeter, an insurgent came around the corner. Staff Sergeant Allis fired on the insurgent and incapacitated him, but as he approached the downed insurgent, the insurgent's suicide vest detonated and mortally wounded him. Staff Sergeant Allis's exceptional courage and complete disregard for personal safety were in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon him, his unit in the United States Army.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bow with me as we give the benediction. Eternal God, our unfailing light in every darkness, the rock on which we stand, as we depart this place of honor, may the courage of these heroes be our example, righteousness our choice, and hope in you our guiding light. We especially ask for your protection over our military service members who are protecting the interests of our nation at this very moment. And Heavenly Father, grant us the will to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly before you. In your holy name we pray. This we'll defend. Amen.
All right. Well, other than the awarding of the medals, total embarrassment for this country. Trump is a total disaster. So we'll move on into news stories, and most of this is going to be about Trump, Iran, the nature of it. And if there is time, and it'll be kind of like the encore. Something Trump has done and has been doing with the national parks, and to talk about 4 years ago. Well, Trump has been trying to do a 21st century Dunning School with American history and Black people's, role or oppression in that American history. Something that the founder or the framers of the Constitution tried to do, something that the Dunning School tried to do back in the early 20th century, and Trump is trying to do in these 2020s. It's disgusting, and it needs to be addressed. So anyway, let's deal with Trump's folly here. So Trump says Iran war timeline is likely 4 to 5 weeks, but go far longer. So let's not follow the Constitution then. On Monday, March 2nd, today, President Donald Trump said, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. About Operation Epic Fury, lasting longer if needed, citing missile and nuclear concerns, which are basically non-existent. President Donald Trump said he ordered the U.S. military to stop Tehran's nuclear development and its rapidly expanding ballistic missile program, posing a colossal threat. Trump noted battlefield results, saying U.S. attacks have knocked out 10 ships and targeted nuclear sites and missile production capacity to prevent new weapons. What fucking ballistic missiles could reach the United States? It will get to Israel's role in this. Regional officials warned that after Saturday's strikes, Iran has warned an attack could lead to total war involving Israel, Gulf Arab states, and crude oil flows. Trump warned that Iran's missile threat extends to Europe. Like, I thought he didn't give a shit about Europe, and U.S. overseas bases, and soon the American mainland. I don't think he's right about the American mainland. Framing the campaign's length as tied to dismantling conventional missile infrastructure amid ongoing U.S. military large-scale operations. Yeah, this is Bush Jr. level. Trying to get Americans to buy into it. War with Iraq expands across the region. U.S. expects more casualties. This is not something that needed to be. Unfortunately, there are people like a lot of Black MAGA on YouTube that I personally know and whose shows I watch. They just sound so fucking ignorant. They are rah-rah without the knowledge of much of anything. It sounds good, and Trump said it. That is their measure. So I'm not going to get too far into this. I think everybody knows that, Trump has struck places like some of the Gulf states, like UAE, for what? I said Trump. I meant Iran. Through Trump, by the way. Cyprus? What the fuck? Why did Iran strike Cyprus? There's got to be a reason, I hope. So this is Brett Stevens. Oh, wait, hold it. No, let's see. The next one is Brett Stevens, or is this Brett Stevens? Oh, no. Brett Stevens is coming up. So this is how Trump decided to go to war. And Clarice, you're going to appreciate this one if you're still in the chat. And it's long, and we'll listen to, or I'm going to listen to it until it gets repetitive, as these things sometimes do.
How Trump decided to go to war. This article is by Mark Mazzetti, Julian E. Barnes, Tyler Pager, Edward Wong, Eric Schmidt, and Ronan Bergman, and read by an automated voice. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel walked into the Oval Office on the morning of February 11th, determined to keep the American president on the path to war. For weeks, the United States and Israel had been secretly discussing a military offensive against Iran. But Trump administration officials had recently begun negotiating with the Iranians over the future of their nuclear program, and the Israeli leader wanted to make sure that the new diplomatic effort did not undermine the plans. Over nearly 3 hours, the two leaders discussed the prospects of war and even possible dates for an attack, as well as the possibility, however unlikely, that Mr. Trump might be able to reach a deal with Iran. Days later, the U.S. president made clear publicly that he was skeptical of the diplomatic route, dismissing the history of negotiating with Iran as merely years of talking and talking and talking. Asked by reporters if he wanted regime change in Iran, Mr. Trump said it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen. 2 weeks later, the president took the United States to war. He authorized a vast military bombardment in conjunction with Israel that swiftly killed the country's supreme leader, pummeled Iranian civilian buildings and military nuclear sites, thrust the country into chaos, and triggered violence across the region, leading to the deaths so far of 4 U.S. troops and scores of Iranian civilians. Mr. Trump has said more American casualties are likely as the United States digs in for an assault that could last weeks. In public, Mr. Trump appeared to take a circuitous path to military action, alternating between saying that he wanted to strike a deal with Iran's government and that he wanted to topple it. He made little effort to try to convince the American public that a war was necessary now, and the limited case he and his aides made included false claims about the imminence of the threat that Iran posed to the United States. But behind the scenes, his move toward war grew inexorably, fueled by allies like Mr. Netanyahu, who pushed the president to strike a decisive blow against Iran's theocratic government, and by Mr. Trump's own confidence after the successful U.S. operation that toppled the Venezuelan leader, Nicolas Maduro, in January. This reconstruction of Mr. Trump's decision to launch a sustained attack against Iran is based on the accounts of people with direct knowledge of the deliberations, as well as those on all sides of the debate, including diplomats from the region, Israeli and American administration officials, the president's advisors, congressional lawmakers, and defense and intelligence officials. Almost all spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe sensitive discussions and operational details. The U.S. decision to strike Iran was a victory for Mr. Netanyahu, who had been pushing Mr. Trump for months on the need to hit what he argued was a weakened regime. During a meeting at Mr. Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in December, Mr. Netanyahu had asked for the president's approval for Israel to hit Iran's missile sites in the coming months. 2 months later, he got something even better, a full partner in a war to topple the Iranian leadership. In a statement Monday, the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, said Mr. Trump made a courageous decision to take on a threat that no previous president had been willing to confront. Few in the president's inner circle voiced opposition to military action. Even Vice President J.D. Vance, a longtime skeptic of American military interventions in the Middle East, argued in a White House Situation Room meeting that if the United States was going to hit Iran, it should go big and go fast, according to people familiar with his remarks. In the same meeting, Mr. Trump's top military advisor, Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Dan Kane, told the president that a war could lead to significant American casualties. Days later, Mr. Trump told the public that his military advisor had been far more reassuring. He wrote on Truth Social that General Kane had said that any military action against Iran would be something easily won. Other administration officials were similarly misleading in private sessions with lawmakers. During a February 24 meeting with the so-called Gang of Eight, the leaders of the House and Senate, and heads of the intelligence committees, Secretary of State Marco Rubio made no mention that the Trump administration was considering regime change, according to people familiar with his comments. 3 days later, while flying on Air Force One to an event in Corpus Christi, Texas, Mr. Trump gave the order for a sustained attack that would begin with the killing of the supreme leader. Operation Epic Fury is approved, Mr. Trump said. No aborts, good luck. The White House insisted that its diplomatic talks with Iran were not mere theater. But it became clear over the past month that there was never the space for a deal that could satisfy Mr. Trump, Mr. Netanyahu, and Iranian leaders at once, or one that could put off a war more than a few months. The talks delivered nothing, but for Mr. Trump they served a different purpose. Time to complete the largest American military buildup in the Middle East in a generation, and carry out, in Mr. Trump's words, a war of overwhelming strength and devastating force. In an interview with the New York Times on Sunday, the president said he simply became convinced that Iran would never give him what he wanted. Toward the end of the negotiation, I realized that these guys weren't going to get there, he said. I said, let's just do it. A rapid buildup. In the middle of January, when Mr. Trump first threatened to strike Iran in support of the anti-government protests roiling the country, the Pentagon was in no position to wage a lengthy war in the Middle East. There were no aircraft carriers in the region. Squadrons of fighter jets were sitting in Europe and in the United States, and the bases scattered across the Middle East that are home to roughly 40,000 American troops were low on air defenses to protect them from an expected Iranian retaliation. Israel was also not ready for the military campaign that Mr. Netanyahu had discussed with Mr. Trump during the Mar-a-Lago meeting in December. It needed more time to bolster its supply of missile interceptors and to deploy air defense batteries across Israel. On January 14th, Mr. Netanyahu called Mr. Trump and asked him to delay any military strike until later in the month, when Israel's defense preparations were complete. Mr. Trump agreed to wait. The two leaders would speak several times in the weeks that followed. Mr. Netanyahu also conferred with Mr. Vance, Mr. Rubio, and Steve Witkoff, the lead White House negotiator with Iran. Top Israeli military and intelligence officials flew to Washington, and Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, the Chief of Staff of the Israel Defense Forces, communicated regularly with Admiral Brad Cooper of U.S. Central Command. By late January, the protests in Iran had been brutally quashed, but the war planning hummed along. The U.S. military presented Mr. Trump with an expanded range of options, including sending in American forces to carry out raids on sites inside Iran. 2 aircraft carriers and a dozen supporting ships sailed toward the Middle East, and the Pentagon sent fighter jets, bombers, refueling tankers, and air defense batteries. By the middle of February, the Pentagon had put into a place a force that could sustain a military campaign of several weeks. By then, Mr. Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, were having indirect nuclear talks with the Iranians under orders from Mr. Trump. But there were signs that the administration was wary. We have to understand that Iran ultimately is governed, and its decisions are governed by Shia clerics. Radical Shia clerics, okay? Mr. Rubio told reporters in Budapest on February 16th, these people make policy decisions on the basis of pure theology. That's how they make their decisions, so it's hard to do a deal with Iran. The message was apparent. Even though the talks were about dismantling Iran's nuclear program, the goal could be removing Iran's leadership. A telling moment came when Mr. Witkoff spoke to Fox News in an interview on February 21st and described Mr. Trump's reaction to the Iranian reluctance to agree to zero enrichment, that is, to dismantle its ability to produce nuclear fuel. He's curious as to why they haven't. I don't want to use the word capitulated, but why they haven't capitulated, Mr. Witkoff said. He added, why, under this sort of pressure, with the amount of sea power and naval power that we have over there, why haven't they come to us and said, we profess we don't want a weapon, so here's what we're prepared to do? And yet it's sort of hard to get them to that place, he said. It was clear to the president's advisors that he was strongly considering some kind of military offensive. The question was the scale of the campaign and exactly what it was trying to achieve. Assessing the options. On February 18th, on an unseasonably warm day in Washington, Mr. Vance, Mr. Rubio, John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, and Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff, gathered with Mr. Trump in the Situation Room to discuss military planning. During the meeting, General Kane discussed an array of options, among them that U.S. forces could carry out a limited strike as a way to push Iran in the negotiations, or a larger campaign with the goal of toppling the government. The latter option in particular, he said, carried high risk of American casualties, could destabilize the region, and significantly deplete stocks of American munitions. General Kane underscored that all of the options under consideration would be much more difficult than the successful capture of Mr. Maduro of Venezuela. an operation that the president viewed as a sign of potential U.S. success in Iran. Joe Holstead, a spokesman for General Kane, declined to comment, saying that options and considerations provided to the President and Defense Secretary are confidential. For his part, Mr. Vance argued that a limited strike was a mistake. If the United States was going to hit Iran, he told the group, it should go big and go fast. A spokesman for Mr. Vance declined to comment. Before the meeting, Mr. Trump appeared to have been leaning toward a strategy of a smaller strike, followed by a bigger one if Iran did not give up its nuclear enrichment. But Mr. Vance's arguments seemed to resonate, and in the coming days, more officials moved toward the idea that the United States and Israel should jointly take aim not just at the Iranian missile and nuclear programs, but also at the leadership itself. The CIA had produced a series of scenarios that might play out if Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the country's supreme leader, were killed in an offensive. They laid out multiple possible outcomes, as the numbers of variables made it difficult for the agency to assess with confidence what might happen. One envisioned a hardline cleric replacing Ayatollah Khamenei, perhaps even a leader more bent on acquiring a nuclear weapon. Another scenario predicted an uprising against the government, a possibility many intelligence officials thought was remote, given the weakness of Iran's opposition. A number of senior Trump administration officials seized on a third scenario, that a faction of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, more pragmatic than the hardline clerics, might take power. Even though a cleric was likely to still be nominally in charge, that group of IRGC leaders would actually lead the country. Such a move would be a dramatic turn for an officer corps that had been staunchly anti-American for 4 decades and deeply intertwined with Iran's clerical leadership. But the CIA analysis suggested that as long as the United States did not interfere with the economic activities of this faction, such as its influence in the oil industry, a group of officers might be conciliatory toward the United States. They might even give up Iran's nuclear program or prevent Iran's proxy forces from attacking the United States. The CIA declined to comment. There were few voices lobbying against military action. One exception was Tucker Carlson, the right-wing podcaster and close ally of the president, who has met with him in the Oval Office 3 times in the past month to argue against an attack. He outlined the risks to U.S. military personnel, energy prices, and Arab partners in the region if the United States went to war with Iran. He told the president that he should not be boxed in by Israel, arguing that its desire to attack Iran was the only reason the United States was even considering a strike. He encouraged Mr. Trump to restrain Mr. Netanyahu. The president said he understood the risks of an attack, but he conveyed to Mr. Carlson that he had no choice but to join a strike that Israel would launch. After Mr. Carlson left the White House midday on February 23, he told others he thought Mr. Trump was leaning toward military action. One last round of diplomacy. The White House ignored demands by some lawmakers that Mr. Trump get consent from Congress to launch a campaign against Iran, and made few efforts to make the case for war on Capitol Hill. But on February 24, hours before Mr. Trump's annual State of the Union address, congressional leaders from the so-called Gang of Eight gathered in a secure conference room in the Capitol to speak on video teleconference with Mr. Rubio and Mr. Ratcliffe. The 2 officials were just down Pennsylvania Avenue at the White House, but security arrangements for the president's speech made the 2-mile trip onerous. Mr. Rubio and Mr. Ratcliffe talked about the intelligence behind the strikes, the possible timing and the potential off-ramp, if the Iranians were to give up nuclear enrichment at upcoming talks. And yet Mr. Rubio never mentioned that the administration was considering a regime change operation. In the briefing, Mr. Rubio argued that no matter if Israel or the United States struck first, Iran would respond with a powerful barrage of weapons against U.S. bases and embassies. It was logical then, Mr. Rubio said, that the United States should act in concert with Israel, since America would be dragged in anyway. And Israel, Mr. Rubio said, was determined to act. This logic sat poorly with some Democrats, who thought the Trump administration was letting Mr. Netanyahu dictate American policy, and was making a circular argument that the United States had to attack because its military buildup could prompt Iran to strike. On Thursday, 2 days after the State of the Union address, Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner traveled to Geneva to negotiate one more time with Abbas Araghchi, the English-speaking America-savvy foreign minister. The Iranians presented the Americans with a 7-page plan with proposed levels of future nuclear enrichment, numbers that alarmed Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner. The Americans still wanted the Iranians to commit to zero enrichment and proposed giving them free nuclear fuel for a civil nuclear program, but the Iranians refused, a U.S. official said. After the talks ended, Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner told Mr. Trump they did not think a deal could be reached. That day, Mr. Trump hosted 4 Republican senators in the Oval Office for a meeting on his legislative agenda. The conversation eventually turned to Iran. Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican of South Carolina and a vocal proponent of striking Iran, said the president was frustrated and did not think the Iranians were interested in making a deal. I think President Trump really felt like he needed to pursue diplomacy, that he wanted to pursue diplomacy, that the military option was the last option, Mr. Graham said in an interview. He said he told Mr. Trump that he should not let the Iranians drag out the negotiations for too long. He was very comfortable with the idea that he tried, Mr. Graham said. Others believe that the diplomacy was just pantomime, always doomed to fail. Barbara Leaf, a retired career diplomat who was an assistant secretary of state in the Biden administration overseeing Middle East policy, said it was obvious that Mr. Trump was heading inevitably toward military action, noting he deployed a second carrier strike group to the region in the midst of the talks. That was evidence of war planning, she said. You don't need that for more leverage in diplomacy. I was never in any doubt he would go for a military strike. An intelligence coup. In fact, the United States and Israel were already discussing a potential strike on Wednesday, the day before the scheduled talks in Geneva. The White House moved it to Thursday night to give the Iranians one last chance to give up their nuclear enrichment ambitions. It was then pushed again until Friday, with the idea of hitting Tehran under the cover of darkness. The timing was ultimately determined by a remarkable intelligence coup. The CIA, which had been closely tracking Ayatollah Khamenei's movements, learned that the supreme leader was planning to be at his residential compound in central Tehran on Saturday morning. Senior Iranian civilian and military leaders were also set to convene at the same location, at the same time. The CIA passed the intelligence to the Israelis, and leaders of both countries decided to kick off the war with a bold decapitation strike in daylight. As he flew to Corpus Christi on Friday afternoon to deliver a speech about energy, Mr. Trump gave the official go order. Once on the ground, the president hinted that diplomacy had hit a wall, telling reporters that he was not happy with the negotiation. For decades, he sighed, Iran had been blowing the legs off our people, blowing the face off our people, the arms. They've been knocking our ships one by one, and every month there's something else. While there were ample clues that the Americans were preparing a possible assault, the Iranians believed a strike was unlikely to happen in daylight, according to 4 Iranian officials. It was Saturday morning, the beginning of the work week in Iran, when children were at school and people headed to work. Those who attended the meeting of the Supreme National Security Council felt no urgency to meet in underground bunkers or other secret locations that might be unknown to American or Israeli spies. Ayatollah Khamenei told a close circle that in the event of a war, he preferred to stay in place and become a martyr, rather than be judged by history as a leader who had gone into hiding, according to the officials. He was in his office in another part of the compound as senior leaders gathered for their meeting. He asked to get a briefing when it concluded. The missiles struck soon after it began. Helena Cooper, Fernaz Fasihi, Zolan Kano-Youngs, David E. Sanger, and Michael Crowley contributed reporting.
Wow, David Sanger was in on this. So in the end, and you know, I tend to shy away from the whole narrative that actually Israel is running America, and Netanyahu might actually be, you know, if Trump is the president, Netanyahu is the fucking prime minister. But this story This story does not support my argument. So this is our greasy-haired Hexa.
This is your moment. This is the generational turning point America has waited for since 1979. And since the rudderless wars of hubris, my generation, our generation, endured. Don't listen to the noise. Just stay focused. Our commander-in-chief is steady at the wheel. We face a determined enemy, but you are better. But we must prove it every single day. History doesn't care if we're tired, if we're scared, or if the fight feels big. It demands warriors who rise anyway. Peace through strength, the warrior ethos.
Listen to this bullshit. Dude, they are manufacturing crisis. Iran was never and is not currently an existential threat. This is a push button war. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. These guys are desperate. They're desperate. What in the fuck is this idiot talking about? This is your movement. This is pivotal. What?
Lethality, unity of purpose, those are not slogans. They're the beating heart of what it means to wear the uniform, that uniform. You think clearly under fire, you act decisively in chaos, you uphold the Constitution, and you uphold our country without hesitation. We are not defenders anymore. We are warriors, trained to kill the enemy and break their will. History is watching. Be the force you swore an oath to be, focused, disciplined, lethal, and unbreakable. We will finish this on America First conditions of President Trump's choosing. Nobody else's, as it should be. And know this above all, President Trump and I have your back, always. Through fire, through criticism, through fake news, through everything. We unleash you because you are the best, most powerful, most lethal fighting force the world.
Do you hear this? Do y'all hear the music in the background? Like, you know, we are going, this is World War II, boys, and the president and I have your back. You hear this goddamn music in the background? This is 10 pot dictator level.
May Almighty God watch over you and his providential arms of protection extend over you. Godspeed, warriors, and keep going.
Motherfucker, he's acting like they're boots on the ground. This is what 10 pot dictator / authoritarians do. They make everything dramatic. They make everything operatic. Like, it's existential. This is an existential war we're fighting. Dude, Americans see through this shit. And to be honest, Hegseth, Trump, and all these guys are used to dealing with their MAGA blacks and their MAGA masses who act like, you know, these little fucking baby birds. You know, Trump and Hegseth are the male and the female eagles. And, you know, they go out hunting all day to feed the little baby birds who are basically their MAGA base. And, if daddy doesn't give us a worm, we're going to starve to death. So sad. Outside of that 35% MAGA base that they have, the rest of us are just shaking our heads going, God damn, I'm not voting for this anymore. Trump has killed MAGA. And this war might be the death knell. These guys are not smart enough to do regime change. And there's an article I read. I bet I did not bring this in here. No, I didn't. I'm not going to look at it. I'm not going to go find it now. Basically saying that Trump has left a big cushion. You know, he's going to topple the leadership now. The Iran civilians, the Iran populace, it's up to them now. One of the things that Francis Fukuyama thing I showed last night, where Francis Fukuyama basically said the difference between Venezuela and Iran is that Venezuela's government, you know, that whole Maduro and before him Chavez, that's like 20 years old. Dude, Iran's, you know, these Ayatollahs, the first one Khomeini and the second one Khamenei. I don't speak Farsi, so it's fucking 40 some years old. They've been in power. They are deeply entrenched even into the culture. Okay, you're not going to just topple Khomeini and everybody falls in line like Dulce Sanchez did. Or I think it's Dulce. Is it Dulce? Someone correct me. I want to say it's Dulce Sanchez, or maybe it's Ramirez. I can't remember now. Trump is an idiot. And I thought Marco Rubio would actually be smarter, but I'm not sure how involved Rubio was in this. I suspect Hegseth wanted his Venezuela. You know, Marco has Venezuela, daddy. Can I have Iran? That's what this sounds like. But unfortunately, this administration is a bunch of white mediocrity, and they're more likely to fail. Dude, there were 3 fucking F-15s shot down by anti-aircraft in Kuwait overnight. How the fuck do you shoot F-15s down in non-enemy territory? Someone tell me. I'm not, you know, in the Navy, back in the Navy days when I was in, we call them Airedales. How the fuck do you shoot down friendly aircraft over Kuwait? How the fuck? All I have to say is they didn't talk much about that today. So let's listen to Brett Stevens, who is famously a neocon. This is already devolving. 3 F-15s shot down by friendly fire over Kuwait. And I saw some cellulite today. That motherfucker is just like, dude, he drank the Kool-Aid, and I can't even imagine how much Kool-Aid he's had, but goddamn, it's a lot. He may be unrecoverable. What's up, Ryan? Let's see here. Where is... There we go. This is Brett Stevens. Trump and Netanyahu are doing the free world a favor. Now, Brett Stevens, famous neocon, I'm not surprised that he thinks this is a good thing.
Trump and Netanyahu are doing the free world a favor. This article is by Brett Stevens and read by an automated voice. President Trump is being criticized from many quarters for his decision to join Israel in a war to topple the Iranian regime, which on Saturday yielded the killing of the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The reasons vary. It's a betrayal of the American people, says Elizabeth Warren,
Oh, sorry, Calvin. I was gonna say, Ryan, this whole whataboutism, anytime I criticize, in this case, valid criticism of Trump's just childish foreign policy, you got to bring in Kamala. What's up with that? Do I hurt your feelings when I say Trump is a mediocre white man? Apparently, you have to come to Trump's defense like Trump's Rottweiler. What on earth is up with that?
Who warns that the intervention risks dragging yet another generation into a forever war. It's a betrayal of MAGA principles, says Marjorie Taylor Greene, who denounced Trump for putting America last. It's unconstitutional, according to the American Civil Liberties Union, because it's being conducted without authorization from Congress. It's unnecessary, according to the writer Andrew Sullivan, who, quoting me, albeit misleadingly, thinks that Iran isn't much of a threat and the war is being waged for Israel's sake. And so on. But one country where the United States and Israel are garnering broad support is the same country that's being bombed. Everyone is joyful. It is one of the best days of probably 95% of Iranians' lives. One Iranian resident of the city of Karaj told the Wall Street Journal about Khamenei's death. We bolted outside and shouted from the top of our lungs and laughed and danced with our neighbors, a woman in Tehran named Sarah told The Times. A doctor who lost his son when the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps mistakenly shot down a Ukrainian passenger plane in 2020 wrote on social media, "We will endure the winter, spring is near." In the city of Shiraz, videos showed people joined together in a cheer that is typically reserved for weddings, symbolizing pure joy. It is also true that scores of civilians have been killed, and there was public mourning for Khamenei, but those mourners didn't have to emerge under the threat of the regime's guns. There was a time when American hearts could be moved by moments like these, when free nations, having endured years of provocations and attacks from tyrants, band together to administer justice and supply hope. We're a different country now, less naive but considerably more pessimistic and cynical, and thus likelier to ask, what's in it for us? Let me try to answer that question. First, it's a mistake to say that Trump got America into war on Saturday. What he did was respond to a war that Iran has been waging against the United States since 1979. It waged war when it seized our embassy in 1979, murdered via proxy hundreds of our service members in Beirut in 1983, and supplied the IEDs or roadside bombs that killed or maimed over 1,000 of our troops during the war in Iraq. It waged war when it sought to assassinate former senior U.S. officials, including John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, and according to a 2024 report in Politico, Trump himself. One reason Iran behaved as it did is because it drew the lesson that it would pay no great price, no more. Second, Tehran had an opportunity to change course last June, after its 12-day pummeling by Israel and an overnight strike by the United States. Instead, it set out to begin reconstituting its nuclear capabilities while rapidly rebuilding the missile force that is now terrorizing civilians in Tel Aviv, Dubai, Manama, and Riyadh, and targeting U.S. military assets in the region. Would the United States, the Arab world, or Israel have been safer if we had waited a year or two for Iran to build several thousand more missiles? Or after Russia had supplied the regime with thousands of advanced shoulder-fired air defense missiles, as the Financial Times reported last week that it had agreed to do? Third, Iran does not exist in a geopolitical vacuum. With Moscow and Beijing, it is a core member of the axis of autocracies that threaten the democratic world broadly. The same liberals who fault Trump for not vigorously opposing Vladimir Putin should at least consider that it's Tehran that has given Russia the drones and drone technology that have destroyed so much of Ukraine. And the same conservatives who fault Trump for diverting military resources away from the Pacific for the war in Iran should also note that Iran covertly supplies China with much of its oil as part of a promised 25-year $400 billion strategic partnership. If Tehran falls out of the axis, our remaining adversaries can only be weaker. Fourth, it is impossible to imagine anything like Mideast peace without the end of this regime. It isn't simply that Iran has been the principal backer of the so-called axis of resistance that includes every terrorist group that sought to wipe Israel off the map. It's also that no Israeli government will ever agree to a Palestinian state that could fall into Iran's orbit. Paradoxically, the government of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will face a much tougher time fending off international pressure for Palestinian statehood if the Tehran regime falls and Saudi Arabia offers peace with Israel. Fifth, even if the United States and Israel don't force regime change in Iran, they can achieve strategically significant goals. The United States is stronger when anti-American dictators have solid reasons to fear our wrath. It restores deterrence and, in doing so, makes diplomacy more effective. Israel and the Arab world are safer when Iran is weaker. Notice that, at least so far, Hezbollah, fearing for its position in Lebanon, has not joined the war against Israel. Finally, even if the regime doesn't fall, it will be under heavy internal pressure to modify its behavior as a pragmatic concession to reality, much as Venezuela has under Delcy Rodriguez, its hopefully interim president. That may not be the optimal outcome, but it's considerably better than what came before. Finally, the United States and Israel have taken considerable military and political risks to do the right thing, and that's no small thing. They have rid the world of an odious tyrant, and of several layers of his equally odious deputies. It's odd that the same people who fault Trump for divorcing U.S. foreign policy from its democratic values now fault him for going to war for the sake of advancing democratic values. Still, millions of ordinary people around the world, not just in Tel Aviv or Tehran or Tehrangeles, but also perhaps in Taipei and Tallinn, will notice that the United States, for its many warts, still stands for freedom. My column has never been shy about denouncing either Trump or Netanyahu. It won't be shy to criticize them in the future. But on Saturday, this much-maligned duo did the free world a courageous and historic favor. It will be remembered long after the petulant criticism dies down.
Yeah, but not not as a favor, Brett Stevens. As I said, Clarice, Brett Stevens is a famous neocon. There is no bullet that he would ever refuse to fire. And he has been over the years fairly pro-Israel. This is a Washington Post thing. They texted 1,003 Americans exactly about the strikes in Iran this weekend. So, quote, here is what they said. So, how many Americans support airstrikes against Iran that President Donald Trump ordered this weekend? Do they think the strikes should continue? How concerned are they about a full-scale war with Iran? There's not going to be a full-scale war with Iran. It's destabilizing the region that's the problem. Iran isn't going to do shit. These people are acting like Iran is like some state that could just fucking, go toe to toe with the US. Where do these people get? Why do people make shit up like this? Well, I know why. So, they can attempt to justify through brainwashing. More Americans oppose the strikes than support them. Trump is going to fail on this. If the initial strikes don't have support, continuing this shit is not going to gain more support. Trump will lose. Trump can't even motherfucking, Venezuela, he got away with that. Iran, dude, nobody got killed that I'm aware of in the Venezuela thing. We already have blood and treasure fucking spilled in this war. 3 F-15s. And I know they're kind of older technology, but goddamn, their F-15s were shot down over Kuwait. It's like were the radios or the transponders in the plane broken? Why the fuck are we shooting down F-15s? And why is Kuwait doing it? Let's see. Perceptions of Trump's goals vary widely, though a clear majority say his administration has not clearly explained them. And to Trump's defense, what president ever clearly explains? Bush actually clearly explained it, but they were kind of obvious that going to war was unnecessary in the first place. And boy, howdy, is Bush Jr.'s lessons from Iraq not learned by this Trump administration? So the survey was conducted Sunday between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Eastern, coinciding with reports that 3 American soldiers were killed and 5 others were seriously wounded. Again, no boots on the ground, but the casualties are there. So 39% oppose strongly, 22% support strongly. So I'd say, it's pretty much a 2-to-1, oppose strongly to support strongly. And then there's a middle. And again, the link is posted in the show notes. It's just click on it. I think it's the very first link that I posted. So Americans oppose Trump ordering airstrikes on Iran by 52% to 39%, 9% unsure. Opponents are more passionate, with about 4 in 10 strongly opposing the strikes, whereas just over 2 in 10 strongly support them. Very disturbing. And of course, 81% of Republicans support, 12% don't support. And Democrats, 87% strongly oppose versus 9% strongly support. Oh, I'm sorry, support. Independents, 59% of independents oppose these strikes. That's a very telling number. And overall, like I said, 52% oppose, 39% approve. But the independents are who you need to watch. Unpopularity of the strikes is driven by political independents who oppose them by about 2-to-1. Poll finds sharp differences by gender and age. Men are roughly split over the strikes, while women oppose by a 26-point margin. Most people ages 50 to 64 oppose them. I wouldn't be one of them. And then, funny enough, people 65 or older are divided. So, yeah, Trump can't even get this calculation right. Do you think U.S. should continue military strikes against Iran, or should it stop military strikes at this time? 47% say yes, stop strikes. 25% say continue strikes, unsure, 28%. So almost 50% of people say we should stop now. No one knows what Trump's goals are. I think Trump needs something that he thought. So with the death of Iranian leader Ayatollah Khamenei, do you think the Trump administration has achieved its goals or not? 69% say Trump has not achieved its goals. Now that confuses me. What would his goals be? Maybe somebody in the chat knows what Trump's goals are. I can't be anti-white for some reason. Kanye can't be anti-Semitic. I'm not sure I understand that comment. I'm not anti-white. I'm anti-white supremacy. I'm anti yeah. Being against white supremacy is not the same thing as being anti-white. For anybody who might be wondering, his only goal is to avoid jail. Well, Shara, he's not going to jail. He's too old. Nobody's going to send, an old two-term president to jail. They'd put him, he'd be on Magalaro um, arrest. You just can't leave Mar-a-Lago. And then Ryan says he has no goals. Well, that makes it even worse, right? All right, so oil prices jump after Iran attack, pointing to economic risks. Let's hear this.
Oil prices jump after Iran attack, pointing to economic risks. This article is by Rebecca F. Elliott and read by an automated voice. Oil prices rose nearly 10% on Monday, underscoring the economic risks of the widening conflict in the Middle East. The U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran could severely restrict supplies from a key oil and gas-producing region. Even if the disruption is brief, it will almost certainly make energy more expensive worldwide. The magnitude of those price increases and how long they last will depend on what the United States and Israel do next, and how Iran responds. International oil prices had already climbed about 20% this year. When trading opened on Sunday, they rose as much as 13%, briefly crossing $82 a barrel before retreating to around $79 a barrel, the highest levels since January 2025. The longer that the war disrupts the energy trade, the bigger the risk that consumers will face higher prices, not just at the gas pump, but in a broad array of products, at a time when many people are already worried about the economy. That could cause domestic political blowback for President Trump, whose approval ratings have tumbled in part because many Americans are concerned about inflation. The flow of tankers carrying energy products through the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow waterway off Iran's southern coast, has slowed to a trickle. About 1/5 of the world's oil and a significant amount of natural gas usually pass through the choke point daily. A small fire broke out at a Saudi oil refinery on Monday after 2 drones that targeted the facility were intercepted, causing debris to fall, the state-run Saudi press agency reported, citing a military spokesman. The refinery, located in the kingdom's eastern region, has a capacity of over 500,000 barrels of crude oil a day. The fire initially appeared to be much smaller in scale than an Iran-backed attack that hit Saudi oil facilities in 2019, briefly knocking out half of the kingdom's production capacity. A state-owned energy company in Qatar, one of the world's top natural gas exporters, said on Monday that it had halted production of liquefied natural gas and related products after military attacks on its facilities in 2 locations. The biggest question is what, if any, oil installations get damaged, said Amy Myers-Jaffe, director of the Energy, Climate Justice, and Sustainability Lab at New York University. If the answer to that is none, my opinion is the price of oil will come back down. The United States may be the world's largest producer of oil and natural gas, but that does not fully insulate it from market shocks, since those commodities are traded globally. This is the second time in 2 months that the United States has taken military action in an oil-rich country. Prices barely moved in January after American forces captured Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, partly because that country accounts for less than 1% of the world's oil supply. Not only does Iran produce more oil, but so do its neighbors, and the country sits at the mouth of the Persian Gulf, a vital oil and natural gas trading route. The stocks of major oil companies, including Exxon, Chevron, BP, and Shell, all jumped on Monday. Until this point, one of the main concerns in the global market had been that the world was producing a lot more oil than it needed. That oversupply is likely to blunt any increase in prices, at least for a while. Indeed, on Sunday, a group of oil producers known as OPEC Plus said they plan to increase output modestly in April. Americans will see some impact at the gasoline pump, said Jason Bordoff, the founding director of the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. But even with a massive strike on Iran that killed the leader of the country, at this point we're still talking about oil prices that are well within historical norms, and much less than one would have ever expected with a strike of this magnitude. Higher prices for oil traded on commodity futures markets will not immediately lead to a big increase in prices at gas pumps in the United States, but fuel prices tend to respond relatively quickly, within a matter of days or weeks. The pace will really depend on how severe the supply constraint reveals itself to be, said Ken Medlock, an energy fellow at Rice University's Baker Institute. In the week after Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022, oil prices climbed around 20%, but the average price of a gallon of regular gasoline only rose about 3% in that time, according to AAA Motor Club data. It was not until the following week that drivers started to see significantly higher gasoline prices. U.S. gasoline prices eventually hit a record above $5 a gallon several months later, in June. As a general rule of thumb, for every $10 a barrel increase in the cost of oil, the price of gasoline that consumers see at their local stations might rise 20 to 30 cents a gallon, said Ms. Jaffe of New York. Gasoline cost an average of $2.98 a gallon in the United States on Sunday, according to AAA. The Russian invasion of Ukraine also drove up the price of natural gas, a key fuel for the power sector and heavy industry. That contributed to increases in the prices of electricity in Europe, the United States, and elsewhere. A lot of liquefied natural gas is shipped through the waters around Iran, and a sustained disruption of those flows could, over time, also hurt the global economy. On Monday, European natural gas futures surged nearly 50% in price. Analysts at Goldman Sachs said that those prices could roughly double if shipments through the Strait of Hormuz were halted for 1 month, a shock akin to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. On Sunday, attention remained on the Strait of Hormuz, where videos verified by the New York Times showed a tanker ablaze while anchored near Oman. Another vessel was also reportedly struck in the area, and a separate projectile was said to have exploded near a third ship. In other conflicts, naval vessels have escorted commercial ships that have come under threat, though a Department of Defense spokesman said the United States had no such plans for the Persian Gulf. As of Sunday afternoon in Iran, just 6 tankers used to carry energy products had traveled through the strait, down from 65 on Friday, according to S&P Global Energy's Commodities at Sea. Christian Trevert, Peter Evis, Ismail Nar, Vivian Nareem, and Eric Schmidt contributed reporting. Oil prices jump after Iran attack, pointing to economic risks.
Oops. All right, well, we'll see how that turns out. So that's pretty much all I'm going to talk about Trump and his Iranian operations. This actually was kind of interesting. This was posted 6 days ago. So Iranian students have thoughtful insights about living in Iran. It's about an hour. So we'll watch this and then we'll see where we are after this. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new to the channel, consider subscribing. You may like it. You may not. And I don't know. Let's see. How long have I been streaming? Almost 2 hours now. So I don't really know that this should be too long a stream, but the link is posted. I called it the I Love Trump link. So, you know, special love is going to be given to those who are Trump lovers, but the rest of you are welcome too.
I want to just give you, I'm going to do a timeline really fast. I'm going to do it in about 2 minutes because I want to, and so you're really going to have to pay attention to this, okay? To what I'm about to say. And look, I'm just going to go line by line. So there was this, don't read that. Like, you're going to read that and you're not going to hear me. I put it up there for me, actually. So You can put it up, but just don't read it. Listen to me. There's this dude. The dude, Reza Shah Pahlavi. Pahlavi, you say? Pahlavi? Pahlavi. Okay. And he was a military guy, and he staged a coup in 1921, and he took over Persia at the time, okay? And he enacted a lot of changes, a lot of reform, man. Industrial growth, built a train network, energy networks, all sorts of things. This is the very beginning of the oil booms around the world. So this was like, they really moved Iran forward in a little more so in the modern age, but it was very much a military government, okay? But there were also a lot of social reforms and so on, right? Secular reforms, not going to be a religious government per se. So then at the beginning of World War II, he started to get a little cozy with the Germans, and the British didn't like that, and the Soviet Union didn't like that, and the Americans didn't like that. So we booted him out, and his son took over. And his son, when you hear people, if you ever hear the history of Iran and people talk about the Shah, who they're talking about is the son. So it's Mohammad Reza. And I actually had his great nephew, the Shah's nephew in class years ago. Man, it was really fascinating. Okay, so he took over, right? Then in 1953, there was, people in Iran were going like, okay, man, we want to have elections. We want to move forward in a lot of different ways. So there were some politicians who were really pushing the government in different ways, and the Shah tried to just really push some guy out. There ends up being a coup, and the Shah has to leave Iran in 1953. But the CIA, because now oil is really important, and Iran has, although we didn't know it at the time, Iran has the world's fourth largest reserves in petroleum and the second largest reserves in natural gas. So you can imagine, man, the world's going like, yo, Iran, it's like Venezuela. It's like, that's a place you really want to be able to control, especially in the 1950s, because of where Iran is located in the Cold War. So the West is battling the Soviet Union and one thing after another. So the CIA gets involved, and they like put him back into power. MI6 and the CIA, and MI6 is the Secret Service of the British government. And so now the Shah's back in power. He continues with these reforms, but he develops this organization, this secret police organization called the Savak. I call it Savak. I don't know what Iranians call it, right? And so he's pushing forward more secular reforms, land reform, education reforms, liberties. Women are, we're just like in the West, Iranian women wearing mini skirts and bikinis and not having to cover. It's like, it's not religious at all. But there's a whole religious movement going on underground of very conservative Muslims who are like trying to get in there and be like, this is too secular. We don't want this. It's very similar to Christian nationalism here in the United States.
Ola, look, he's not telling anything that isn't already known. Funny enough, a few years ago, I know of like maybe 3 different Iranian female novelists, and one of them was actually a really good writer. She's also she's written cookbooks too, oddly enough. But that's how I kind of got into Persian food. But anyway, Tehran was literally like the New York of the Middle East, or I think they used to call it the Paris of the Middle East. This is not secret history. As a matter of fact, reading these 3 particular novelists, I actually would love to visit Tehran one day. Tehran in the Middle East, Abu Dhabi, maybe, and Haifa, Israel, and maybe um, uh, fucking damn it, Northern Lebanon. My wife had friends, and the wife was like came from a wealthy Lebanese family who grew saffron in northern Lebanon. You know, it was away from Beirut. You know, they weren't touched that much by all the, you know, the violence in southern the southern part of Lebanon. There the Middle East can be really like really interesting and really beautiful. I do like that part of the world. At Haifa, I got to spend a week there during a Christmas. I think it was the winter of 1992, and I fell in love with Haifa. It was just I don't know that probably my favorite place to that I've ever visited. Um, anyway, enough nostalgia. Iran, Tehran especially, very famous back in the day for being very cosmopolitan. And the women are just fucking they are just when they are beautiful, they are just drop dead gorgeous.
There's a lot of Christians who would like to see this country be a Christian nation. And like, man, they got a very different vision about what the United States would look like than the vast majority of you. And so that's similar in Iran, similar thing, right? So 63, they have this, what's called the White Revolution, but you know, they're ruling, the Shah is ruling a great deal through force. And the fear of Savak, man, they were like a brutal organization. If you got out of line, you were just in deep trouble, right? So a lot of brutality. And also the up and down with the economy. Things, they pushed out the Ayatollah, who was the main religious leader. He was now in exile. They kicked him out of the government for, I think, 15 years, if I remember correctly. And they kicked him out of the country. And he was living abroad thinking like, okay, he'll settle down, he'll shut the F up, and we can just run things. But things just continue to spiral economically and politically, and eventually the country collapsed. I think the Shah had cancer, as I remember correctly, left the country, and it's just a problem. Things collapse. You may have heard the story of how the Iranians, civilian students in particular, took Americans hostage, some 50 plus Americans hostage in the embassy, and they held them for 400 days or something, right? This was really intense. Like, it was a big thing. Meanwhile, we're in there playing the games, man, because we want access to the oil and natural resources and so on and so forth. Anyway, the Ayatollah Khomeini comes back, and and now we're gonna have a Muslim government in Iran, right? It's all going to be run. We're going to run this according to it's just the Islamic. What do you call it? The Islamic Republic of Iran? Is that it? Islamic Republic of Iran. Okay. So anyway, that's it. 79. Now here we are. Decades later, we're still trying to figure this all out and work it out, and now things have reached another peak. Okay, that's our story. That's where we got. So my reason for telling you that is to say, hey, look, we've been involved in Iran for a long time. So, like, for example, once the CIA brought the Shah back in and MI6, that meant the Shah's future and the United States' future by way of the CIA and the military, they were completely intertwined. So he could not have ruled without us. So we gave lots of arms, shipments of arms. The training of the Savak, the secret police, and so on. We're all in this together. Okay? Man, it's not easy to do that in 5 minutes. And I think the idea that the thing that's really important for me is to see that, we've had a hand in Iranian history, and we have a hand in how we got to this present place. And I think that's always really important to say and to see and to understand. it's really important that we see this is a global system, and we can imagine that. Okay. Let's introduce. You can go to. Let's introduce yourselves. Wow.
Hi, my name is Della. I'm an Iranian student, a senior, and I'm also a TA. I'm sure you guys seen me before.
And you're from your family. You're from Tehran.
Yeah, I'm from Tehran, and I grew up in Tehran as well.
Okay. Wait, how do you say it? Tehran.
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 Yeah, Tehran.
Tehran.
Yeah.
Okay.
That kind of. Yeah.
All right.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dina. I'm a fourth-year PhD candidate now, since of last semester, in biology. And I did my undergraduate degree at the University of Tehran. I grew up in Tehran and lived for 10 years in Isfahan, which is the second biggest, the biggest city in Iran. And even in my PhD, a lot of my research is on the Middle East. So I have a project on Syrian ancient DNA and another one on Iranian ancient DNA. Yeah.
So you came to class last semester, right? At some point, or last year?
I was actually volunteering your class in my second year, so it was 2 years ago.
And then you reached out to me, and I said, "Oh, listen, we're gonna do a class on Iran. Come back." Yeah, that's very.
Thank you for having me.
No, it's great to have you here.
Hi, my name is Arda. I was born in Iran, moved here like 4 years ago. Sophomore right now in computer science.
Wait, how long you been speaking English, bro?
I mean, they teach you English in school, but like.
Yeah, but no one ever learned. I learned Spanish in high school.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. It gets better when you move here like at a younger age.
Yeah, but you don't even have an accent.
I don't know. I used to watch a lot of like movies and like social media. I think that helped.
Have you developed an accent in Farsi?
Wait, no.
Hang on. We're gonna let them be the judge. Say everything you just said, introducing yourself in Farsi.
سلام اسم من آرتا من تهران به دنیا آمدم 4 سال پیش اومدم آمریکا. I don't think I have an accent.
Legit, very, very like typical Tehran accent. Yeah.
Tehran accent.
Like I still speak like Farsi with my parents, obviously, and like
Wait, do you say?
Farsi is like what we say in Iran, but Persian is like what we say in English. I mean, it's the same thing.
Okay, so okay.
Kind of like the same thing as some people here say Iranian, some people say Persian, it's the same.
Got you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I always say Farsi.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like, yeah.
But Iranians are always saying Persian. It's like everyone's like different around.
It's a whole thing.
Yeah. Okay. All right, that's cool. Hey, if you could describe I'm going to say Iranian culture from here, right? If you could describe Persian culture in just like a few words, like what would you say? What do you think people would be? I'm going to have each one of you say something. So who wants to go first? Arta, why don't
you? In a few words, I don't know.
Okay, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah. I say like there's a lot of stuff about respect.
What's up, 12th man?
Hey there, Stanley. Happy Monday to you, boy.
You too. Any comments before I start this video again?
No, keep on going. I'll comment later if you allow me.
Okay.
Especially with like older people, that like you see that shift when you come here. I don't know, like whether it's to your like professors or like even in Iran, if someone's like 2 years older than you, you kind of have to put a respect if it's like your older siblings or anything.
Do you do it with the conjugation of the words of verbs?
Not just words. It's like we have a whole lot of stuff. There's this thing it's like famous in Iran. It's called taraf. Yeah, so it means that like when I'm offering you something, you have to say no like 3 times.
Yeah.
And like my parents get here, and then someone's trying to gift them something, and they say no, and then they say, "Oh, okay," and then they're like, "Wow, how rude!"
Yeah, how rude is that?
Yeah.
Then dude, you guys have that too, right? That seems like it's a
Yeah,
Muslim
but it's like
thing.
we have a word for it. It's
But
funny,
you-
like yeah,
Yeah, but it's really big. And
yeah, it's pretty big. Yeah,
I learned that from my first Iranian friends.
Yeah.
Like I was informed about that. Yeah. All right, that's pretty cool. How about
So just following up on that, we actually like the entire grammar changes. So like if you're familiar with German, we use a third person plural, when we talk to people who are at a higher position. Like this could be social, age. That's like a whole different structure of the language. But if I want to say a couple words to describe the Persian culture, I would say maximalist, hospitable, and very prideful.
the hospitable side is yeah, definitely see that. And prideful. And you have a lot to be proud of. Like you don't if you don't understand Persian culture, like Persian culture is central to Western civilization. Iran was right at the head, the two heads of the Silk Road, so the East and West. It's like, okay.
I think they sum it up. Like they said it like completely.
How about family?
What do you mean like by
How
family?
important is family?
It's very important for us. Like some might say like family is way more important than friends or like other type of relationship. At least like for the people I know, and most of the people in my country at least think like that. I don't know if they agree or not, but
yeah, that's completely true. We're very family oriented.
How about education?
education is like super important. Like, yeah.
It's very, 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 very important, and they are very like it's. You will know at the age of 5 how important it is for you to become a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer.
Yeah.
Also, if you have like only a high school diploma, it's like you just don't have like nothing. Like high school diploma is like being a dropout. Like literally, if you have like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just disrespectful for parents to tell another person that, yeah, my kid only has a high school diploma.
And they wouldn't even admit
like
that.
they will be like,
Yeah.
why are you even like?
Or even
talking
like
about-
sociology major. Like,
or even an undergraduate degree is not enough.
So
It
my
is
parent-
not enough.
Yeah.
You need to have a master's degree or a PhD. Like an undergraduate degree is like not enough at all for you to go anywhere by the, Iranian standards.
Okay, so go even to across the board in Iran, not just in Tehran. Tehran. How's that? All right. How about just across the board though? Like,
I mean, that is everywhere. Like even in school, like it's super competitive. Like we have like rankings for every like when like if a student is like doing bad, like the school is gonna put him out there like he's doing bad, and like it's all like academics too. Like here in the US, like you got scholarships for like different sports. They get like a D1 athlete, such a big thing. But like you might be like the best soccer player in Iran, but like if you don't do well on that one test, which is called concours, which is similar to like SAT, but like that's the only metric. Or you have like some other stuff like I don't know, military and stuff. You can't like get into a good program.
So you could be the best soccer player in the country,
Yeah.
but if you flunked out in your tests,
It's just like academics. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say something because I did do my undergraduate degree in University of Tehran. It is that it's actually more of a thing if you're not from the bigger cities, because the idea is that if you come from a less privileged background, then the one thing that you can do for yourself to make a name for yourself and go anywhere is just through education. So I was at the, quote unquote, best university in the country, where we had in concours all of the students who were in like, maybe the top 100 people in the country in their major. Around like my rank was around 500 in the country nationwide, and that was considered to be low, not a good rank. So you can imagine what kinds of students go there. And the friend who sat next to me, her parents were illiterate, and she was from a village in a very rural part of a very like no-name province in Iran. And then when you spoke to our professors, a lot of them also came from backgrounds where their parents were farmers and maybe they didn't have an education. So that's pretty common.
Yeah, that's intense, man. And that's very unique, by the way. Yeah, very unique. Hey, what's the biggest misconception about Iran?
first thing I hear is like they think we speak Arabic. It's a pretty big thing.
Yeah.
I think they were Arabs.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And also the second thing that I think, it's that everybody thinks that our country is like poor and we're like not that educated, and like our English, the way we act, and like our religion, and like every other thing. Like they think that we're very strict and
Very
like
backward.
yeah, and then that we hate Americans, to be specific. Like I think like something that like everybody here thinks a little bit, at least the ones that know about Iran, is that they think that we like hate Americans or like Europeans or like other things
Yeah.
like that.
That's going to be my next question actually on that. How about what would you say is the biggest misconception?
I would say one of the things that I've seen slightly start to shift in the past couple of years, which I'm grateful for, is that I feel like all of that, besides the Arab thing, which is very true, I think most people assume that we're Arabs and we're not. We're ethnically different.
There's nothing wrong with being Arab.
Absolutely not. I have a lot of Arab friends, but we're ethnically different groups. And we do have an Arab community in the South,
Yeah.
but the majority are the people who are Fars, and we're like an entirely different ethnic group. And I think a lot of it also comes from the fact that we write using the Arabic alphabet, but it's a different language. And it's a whole story. But I want to say a lot of the values that I think people associate with Iran and Iranian culture is mostly like, you know, as I think one of the videos that you had showed, what is mostly narrated through the media, which is a lot of the values that are reflected through the governments. And then the people are not like that at all. Like if they know you're American, they're actually going to love you so
Okay,
much.
wait, hang on. We're going to ask this question. Yeah, first off, I want to say something to the class, and actually more to the stream. I want to talk to the camera for a second. There's a lot of stuff happening in Iran right now, okay? And we're not going to talk about that, right? Because we don't need to talk about it. There's nothing that we say up here is going to change anything that's going in Iran with the Iranian government and U.S. government and Iranian government and so on. We're not going to talk about that. So we're not going to ask them questions about it. What do you think about your government? That kind of stuff. We're not there. We don't have to do that. So we won't do it. So I just want to say that. Okay. Okay. Now, I want to say this. So I first started traveling in the Middle East about 15 years ago. Okay. So I've made many trips, and was invited to Iran 2 different times actually, and one time by the Ministry of Education, and I got invited to go to home. How do you say home? How do you say
Qom?
Home.
Yeah, Qom.
This is like the conservative place where all the Ayatollah, all the religious people, we were going to have dialogues because we had dialogues with World in Conversation with Iranians. And so I talked to people in the State Department and so on. Anyway, the high up people in Qom invited me to come give a talk. The Iranian government rejected my visa. I'm
so
still
sad.
I'm still salty about that, by the way. I'm like, me? Well, what did I ever do? Okay, so anyway, what I found when I started traveling in the Muslim Arab areas, Arab Muslim countries, is that people would make a distinction between a government and a people. And they'd be like, no, yeah, we don't really like your government, and we have a problem with your government, but you're okay, you're Americans, like we love you. And this was true even in Palestine. So even traveled in Palestine. I traveled in Palestine with my Jewish friend, and who's wearing, like a Star of David, and we're traveling, and Palestinian Arabs would be like, oh, you're Jewish, you Americans? And be like, yeah, we're Americans. Oh my God, oh great, oh, we hate your government, but you guys, hey, come have tea, have sweets, like, oh my God, right? Most people will say, oh, I make a distinction between the people and the government, but most people don't really do that. But Arab Muslims really did that. They really made a distinction. They were able to hold that in their minds. So when you say Iranians, no, if you're Americans, they'll love you. Do they really, or do they Blend the two.
No, they actually do. Like the government and us, again, we're like very like boldly say that we're two different like type of people or whatever you want to put it in. But yeah, we do. We love every other country, to be honest. We just like foreign people. Like we just like, and Americans, we do love you guys, whoever it's American here. It's just the way they show it to the media. And
So that's a misconception. Right?
yes.
I'd say honestly, kind of depends. Like the young generation, totally. Like I would say like 90% like would never have like that thought of like, I don't know, hating the people from other countries. But I think there definitely exists some people, especially older people, that will have the hatred towards like people from other countries. I think like this is like a selective group that is in the United States that's already like, this doesn't represent the entire country. There's definitely some people that are like that, but I think the younger generation that is like more exposed to media would not have that.
Yeah, and I found a similar thing. I mean, I as I talked to older people, they held certain prejudices that they couldn't make a distinction. That like, wait, hang on, the American people are not the American government.
Yeah.
But it was harder for them, much easier for people who were younger.
I will say, especially when it comes to the older generations, it kind of comes down to what side of the political spectrum they're from.
Got you.
Because that's a revolution generation. So you'll run into a lot of people who love Americans and they have family in the US and they would love to visit. And then you'll have some people who are a little bit more reserved. But my experience is that I've never, even in like the more, pro-government, if like for lack of a better term, group of people, they don't have anything against American people, and most people actually really love Americans. They find the country to be fascinating, and like the American dream is very big. I will say that.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's so interesting, and I think what we're gonna see, we're gonna show a video. I think actually, if Americans understood other parts of Iran, there would be an Iranian dream also. Like Isfahan. I dream of walking through the big square in Isfahan. Oh my God.
I will say, as somebody who lived there for 10 years, it is as awesome as it looks. It's absolutely incredible.
God.
And you will have little school children come and ask for your signature because you're a foreigner.
Yeah.
I will say that.
That's cool. If you want to see a really impressive place, look up the main square in Isfahan in Iran. It's the second largest city, right? And we used to have dialogues in Isfahan here, and we've had many guests come in from Iran, actually. Okay, so let me ask you this: how's crime in Iran?
Well, I can say it, but I'm not really sure if it's okay or not. But I will say, crime within the cities by civilians is very low. You'll get a slightly higher crime rates in larger cities, as you do. Yeah. There are cities where there is no crime. So like the part of Isfahan where I lived, I was like 10, 12 years old, and I would go out at like 3 a.m. in the morning. My parents wouldn't be worried. I wouldn't be worried. There was no issues. The majority of the crime that happens is not by the civilians, but has just as much as I will say about it, because we don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
Oh, so it's like there's like bureaucracy crime. Okay. All right. Yeah.
And then I would say most of the crimes that happen is really due to need. Like there's not a lot of like hate. Like there's not a lot of murders. Yeah. Not a lot of violent crimes. That like, there's a lot of
petty crimes. Yeah, just petty crimes.
Like people stealing
phones is like very common. Yeah. But I mean, like, I don't know. It's different from the U.S.
Yeah. Iran's been under sanctions from the West for how many decades now, right? I mean, the economy in Iran is really suffering because of that. So.
And that's been more of a increase over the past, I want to say, decade, when the sanctions really started to hit really, really hard. Yeah. But it is still at that capacity of just petty theft, maybe petty crimes.
So if I'm like, so for example, I'll give you, so we're going to be we said we're going to be live streaming from Bogota. Right. And I'm talking to Julie, and we're kind of planning out, okay, where are we going to be in Bogota? I can't just be in the park in Bogota holding my phone like this, and I have my other camera, and we're gonna have this little satellite dish and stuff. We can't do that because someone will come along on the chances of someone coming along on their bike and just grabbing it are pretty high.
I will say in Tehran, if it's just you holding your phone, the chances of somebody just grabbing it on a motorcycle or a bike is pretty high. But if you have equipment somewhere, then not really, no.
Okay, can I add something to
Yeah.
that? It really depends which side of Tehran you live in. Mid to upper town of Tehran, respectfully, that really barely happens.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
Down,
Like the video that we're gonna watch.
yeah,
in
but
a
like
couple
if you go more down, obviously, like any other country or any other city in
Yeah.
the world, that would be the case.
All right, let me ask you this.
Center of the city, so I'm like in the middle.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, by the way, can I just say something to you all? Do you like? I see a couple people, like few people looking at their phones and stuff. Do you realize how is it awesome to be able to hear? If what a gift it is to be able to have this conversation. Nice hair, by the way. I like this color better. But all right. Do you how about guns? Do civilians own guns?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no one owns guns.
Not at all. It's like they don't also want to hold guns.
Yeah.
Like they just don't want to do that. And also it's like illegal, obviously, but they don't see the need, and as well as they don't mentally want it as well. So they don't really.
Okay, how about this? How about how often so you got this divide, right? You have the secular Iranians, which the three of you clearly are secular Iranians, right? And then you have the
Wait a
religious
minute,
Iranians
Stanley.
who are, kind of like very much in the United States. I talked about Christian nationalism.
What is the 12th
and so
man?
on. And Christian nationalism is it's a very
That's
complex
because
thing. I don't
their
even know what it
government
means.
doesn't
I
allow
couldn't even
them to
describe what a
have
Christian
guns.
nationalist.
Okay.
I thought I think she said that. Why the fuck do you care?
Why do you care? You're the one playing
I'm
the
not the
video,
one. I'm not
motherfucker.
the one. I'm not the one asking questions about gun ownership. You're commenting on it.
She
So
said
I'm
like,
asking
no,
you, I am
no
asking
one wants
you
to
a
own
question.
guns
I
over
am
there.
asking. Okay, dude, don't make me boot you off. I'm in no mood for your bullshit.
I'm just repeating
There
what
are
she said.
most governments around the world have way more strict gun laws if they're not outright illegal than the United States. Don't act like it's some super
And
special God-given right / privilege.
that's
Okay, bitch, when I'm talking, you wait till I'm done. Okay, dude, you don't know how annoyed I am with that belligerent outburst you just did. I have zero patience. So let's get that straight right now. America having a Second Amendment, quite frankly, it is I'm not one of those who believes the Second Amendment makes America God's given gift to world culture. Most countries do just fine without the gun ownership.
so you
And
think
quite frankly, given Ronald Reagan's governorship of California and even some current events where, whites can fucking exercise their Second Amendment till the cows come home. But if some black group decides to march with guns at Stone Mountain, Georgia, all of a sudden, it's a big deal. Okay.
I don't have a problem with that.
Even this, I'm talking, God damn it. Don't be proud of the Second Amendment, and you probably don't even know the origins of why the Second Amendment came to be. So don't
Of course
be
I
acting
do.
like another government that doesn't allow guns is a big fucking deal, because it's not. That's the norm. America is abnormal. And when I
Well,
say abnormal, I don't mean exceptional. Now, what do you have to say, and make it damn quick?
so you think we should be like the
Don't
Iranian
fucking ask
government
questions. Don't ask
and,
me dumb questions. That's
and
just
not
going to
allow
piss
the
me off more.
people to be
I
armed?
think I have said what I said. You can comment, but don't ask me dumb questions.
So we shouldn't be armed. Okay. That's your
No.
opinion.
Why?
Fine.
Why? No, we should not be armed.
We
Any
should
other
be
dumb
slaves
questions?
like
Any
Iran.
other goddamn dumb? Dude, the Second Amendment exists because of slavery, you fucking moron.
No shit. We fought off slavery.
No, see, this is the ignorance that I exist to combat. Dude, the Second Amendment is in place because Southerners, especially in Georgia and South Carolina, were deathly afraid of slave revolts. And if they got overwhelmed, they wanted to be able to depend on other
That's a lie.
states to some motherfucker. Then you are an ignorant American. You're one of these dumb fucking failures of the American education system who has no fucking clue what he talks about what he's talking about, but he talks about it anyway. Motherfucker, for such a patriotic American, you don't know shit about American history.
The
So
Second
do not,
Amendment
don't you,
exists.
motherfucker, don't ever ask me an American history question unless you've read about it beforehand and you
I
want
did read
to
about it.
confirm. Motherfucker, you heard what I said. The idea that the Second Amendment was anti-slavery, or how slavery ended, is utter fucking bullshit. It
That's
existed
because the
because it
Democrats put in
existed.
Jim Crow.
Okay, what the fuck does the Second Amendment have to do with Jim Crow, idiot?
Because Jim Crow laws prohibited people
Okay,
from
no.
owning
I don't give a
firearms.
fuck about Jim Crow laws. I'm talking about the Second Amendment.
Well, the Second Amendment was put
Nothing
in
to
place.
goddamn do with Jim Crow laws.
Second Amendment was put
Nothing
in
to
place, Stanley,
goddamn do
because
with Jim
of
Crow laws. I told you the art,
tyranny.
bitch. I'm just gonna drop your ignorant ass because I'm talking to a goddamn wall. The reason the Second Amendment came to be was mostly, not 100%, but mostly because Georgia and South Carolina wanted assurances if there was a major slave revolt, the other states would help out. If you don't know that, then you're a goddamn ignoramus and you're a waste of white skin. You don't even know your own goddamn history. If America is a white man's country, then you are a failure of whiteness. Any other fucking bullshit questions?
Well, that's utter nonsense, Stanley. The Second
Believes?
Amendment was
Because
Nope,
people
it's
who
goddamn
would identify
history,
as
you
Christian and nationalist believe
ignoramus.
so many different things. You know what I mean? Well,
it was
same with
put in place
Muslim
because of English
nationalists. And
tyranny.
Keep
so
talking
people believe so many
keep
different
talking
things.
over
But
my
there is a
fucking video
divide,
so I can boot you.
a secular divide between secular and religious. How evident is that when if I'm in Iran, how evident is that I'm with someone who's really religious and Islam focused, or I'm with someone who's pretty secular?
Sorry, do you want to go first?
No, go ahead. I feel like I'm gonna say something and they're gonna disagree.
Now
so
they're all
yeah.
bowing
Yeah.
on the carpet. Bye bye, motherfucker.
Yeah, so I like during my undergrad years, I had a couple of roommates who were very conservative Muslims, to the level that when we would go out together, people wouldn't believe me if I said I was friends with them. It was a whole thing because I was like very much like the ladies you see in the video. And then they
So
were
you
like,
weren't hijabi? You didn't wear.
well, I mean, now the force of hijab has kind of, you know, it's a bit more loose ever since the stuff that happened a couple of years ago. At the time, I definitely had to cover my hair, so that was definitely a big thing.
Did you
like
seriously
colorful?
cover,
No,
or
no,
did you
no,
just,
no. Just like it was there, so the like the shawl that I had to wear, the hijab quote unquote, was there, but not tight. You could see all of my hair. My outfit was pretty short. Like the sleeves were short. The dress was a dress, but it was short, and it was like colorful. And they were like pretty much in the, like if you see religious Iranian Muslim women, that's how they dress. And we would go out together and it was like people wouldn't believe me. So I would say even within the people who are religious, it's not necessarily that. It's more of like, okay, so you're religious, but are you pro-government or are you anti-government? It's not like just because you're religious does not automatically translate to that. And I've also partially seen the other side as well, though less evident, that even if you're secular doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be anti-government, though it's a smaller proportion. So I guess less of a religious thing, more of a perspective about the government structure.
I would like to add to that. She's pretty right about it. But also like something that I would add to that is that both sides of people in Iran also are fine with each other. It really depends again on the government. It's not like you can have a family member that could be like fully a job, like type of thing. And then you can have a family member that really doesn't care about it.
Yeah, it's all fine. Like people respect, like we all kind of have come, especially I want to say the new generation, we've all kind of come to the understanding that you believe whatever you want to believe, as long as I respect you and you respect me, we're all good.
So that's very, so those of you who are Christians, by the way, in the US, it's very similar, right? I have two of my siblings are very Christian, and one of my siblings is very not Christian, and I don't know what I am, but we get on, it's all good. Yeah, so it's very similar. Okay, it's just like everywhere else, right? Is your family pretty secular?
Yeah, I would say so. But like, I was gonna say this, like, same as they said, like, I don't know, I have family members that like they pray, but like, I don't know, I wouldn't really consider them Muslim, but you know, like, people ask like what I am, I'm like, I don't know, am I Muslim? Like, if I'm in this class, like, I don't know, in front of like all these people, like in this country, like, there's some loose definition of like what makes a Muslim.
Yeah.
And I think I can't identify myself, or I can't identify my parents as Muslims. You know.
Same with what makes a Christian.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Is considered by many people to be a Christian.
Yeah.
And you know, by other people, Donald Trump would be like, wait, he's a Christian? Like, wait, what?
Yeah,
What's
like,
you know,
what makes you Muslim or like Christian? Is it just you pray or like read the Bible? Like,
yeah, I got you. Okay, so like on TV talk shows, are you gonna have like different?
The TV is different because they have rules. And,
TV is government, like our TV is state TV.
So the secularists are not represented on television?
It's the government's TV, so they reflect the government perspective.
Yeah, okay.
Like solely the government perspective. That's the state TV, so.
But it's funny, like we have TV shows where like you might see like some scenes without like no hijab or stuff. Like you can see the difference like clearly when it's like not really restricted by the government that much.
Got you. Yeah. I've watched Iranian television shows. And I was invited onto an Iranian television show, actually, and I wasn't able to do it. But so that clearly was not if they're inviting me on, I'm like, damn, all right. Okay, hang on, let's keep going here. This is pretty cool. Hey, let me show you a few slides. Can we go to the next? So here are some headlines. I just pulled these off. The ones on the bottom are actually from an Indian newspaper website. Here's this TV host, Levin calls Iran a concentration camp. I don't know what he means, but when you see stuff like that, this guy's calling Iran a concentration camp. Do you just roll your eyes? Like,
I'd be like, politics is politics no matter where you go. It's just a different direction depending on where you are.
But then on my side, because I'm a little bit more proud or whatever you would call it, I'm like one of those Iranians that if you say something bad about Iran, I will be coming murdering you.
Yeah,
Like
you'll be
zero
really
logic
angry.
about that, in my opinion. So I would actually get like very pissed. Like I didn't even look at this right now. Like I tried to look at people because it would really piss me off. And like it has to be, everything has to be good.
Well, given what you're saying, I could see how it would be really unsettling, like to see. So Iran dares Trump in final warning, and Trump dares Iran. And it's just like, oh, shit, nothing will be left. Trump warns Iran. Nothing will be left. What does that mean?
See, the thing is, you see this, and then we also read Farsi. So if you look at the Iranian news, it's like, oh yeah, this is funny. So they say this, and then the Iranian news says the exact opposite in Farsi. I'm just like, oh, okay, this is funny. So to me, it's
what do
just
you mean
funny.
they say the exact opposite?
So like, if let's say Trump is threatening the Iranian Ayatollah. On Iranian state TV, Iranian Ayatollah is threatening him. So it's like
you got to take the average. Like you see both sides, and the truth is like the average.
And they're gonna be like, oh, they can't do anything. This is all like stuff that they want to convince themselves that they have power. Like
it's just like here, right? But when you see this stuff, you guys must, be a family.
Are we kind of like used to it? Like I would say a very small percentage of the news that we see is like actually like true. Like, I don't know. For me, like, it's like, oh, okay. Like just one of those headlines. It's
so
like,
we're
used to it.
So here we have this idea of fake news.
Yeah.
And in Iran, people have this idea of, Iranians have a fake news.
Most of them.
idea
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. But this, how are you doing though? Just the three of you, you have family there. So how are you doing with this is build up to war. It seems very possible that we're going to be dropping more bombs in Iran. Like, how are you?
I personally have all my family there, like my parents, my sister, like everybody, because I'm like an international. I do have family here, but I'm an international student. So if you ask me personally, I'm like actually going through it because of everything that's happening. I'm very much worried about everything that's happening, but also like the things I see here in the news is like much different than what is actually happening. But for your question, all I can say that I'm actually like very worried because like I can see, like I can talk to my mom and the little things that they mention, like doesn't matter this or like the prices of like food, all of those stuff. Not to say, but I'm just saying not for my family or any other things, but like an average life for every other people, like most people maybe that are going through it. So it is pretty concerning.
Yeah, I'm going to be a little more direct. I think my experience has been the first time that you come here and it happens, it really hits you really hard. And then when you're here for a couple of years and this happens every 6 months, the thing that I learned is that life here doesn't stop and people can feel like sorry for me and they can understand, but I still have to live my life. And the thing that at some point my parents told me, because I used to completely break down, was that we've lived through situations like this all our lives, and you have to trust us that we know how to take care of ourselves. And I think the worst of it was during the summer, when there was a period of a week when I was completely not able to contact them. And it was the same week that I had to go to a international conference and present my research. And my parents are refusing to leave Tehran. And my brother is at a military facility because he was doing his mandatory military service. And all I had to do was that I'm going to trust them, that they know how to take care of themselves and they're going to be okay. And I will talk to them eventually. And if the worst comes to pass, I will deal with it. I will address it once it happens. But I just don't let my mind go to the worst case scenario because that is just going to destroy me. So that's how I approach it. But yeah, it's not fun every single time that this happens, you're wondering, well, am I going to have all of my family and friends still after this is over, or is somebody going to be missing?
Yeah, man, I feel that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I talked to a few of my friends too, like that live in Iran, like right now, a few days ago. It's just like most people are like kind of numb. Like there's a possible chance of war, but like at the same time they're like are just doing their own things, and they're like, it's kind of like a lose-lose situation. Like if it happens, it's gonna be bad. If it doesn't happen, it's gonna be bad. Like they're kind of numb, you know.
Yeah. Life just moves on.
Yeah,
It's
and
just a
like
crazy
yeah,
thing.
the only thing they have is right now. They don't know what's gonna happen in the future. They're just gonna enjoy it, you know.
Yeah. Hey, can you go to the next slide? I want to show you this. No, forward. Yeah, right there. There's a building in it. I pulled this off. Have you guys seen this photo?
That's kind of close to where I live. So
Oh,
I
yeah?
used to cross that square. That's the Valley Astor Square. It's a pretty big place. And it was close to my university. It's close to where we live. A couple of buildings actually from that side is where my mom works. So yeah, definitely.
So, and I see that in the English version of that is if you sow the wind, you will reap the whirlwind. So that's one of these kind of Iranian threats toward kind of got to pump up. And I just want to note that none of those women are not covered, by the way. Just want to point that out. Can you hang on, let me see another one. I want to see where we want to go. So here, can you go to the next slide? These are, I want to say this. You know, for those of you who think, you know, you go back to the headlines. Right there. This is the kind of stuff that people see, and that they won't go past the headlines. But now go forward, go back to that slide. Here's this article from Foreign Affairs, and Foreign Affairs is one of the kind of premier foreign policy journals in the United States that's meant for average people, not just people in the State Department. So, but you know, Iran and the limits of American power. I mean, you know, really a very interesting and thoughtful assessment of what's going on in Iran. But this is the kind of thing that most of us here won't read. We won't find that article, and we won't read it, and we won't think through it. We'll see those clickbait headlines, and then we'll just stick with those. But this is actually a really kind of a thoughtful analysis by this guy. Can you go? Okay, can we go one more? Okay, so these are scenes that we see. What do we see, right? We see all the women on the left. We're all covered, all very religious. We see that. Those are the pieces of Iran that we like to show. We see the Ayatollah. What's his name? Ali Khamenei?
Ali Khamenei, yeah.
Khamenei. Okay, so he's your supreme leader, right? And there's I think in the lower left is the president was giving a talk, and that's actually they're on stage, and the woman is signing too. It's just sort of like this universal things that we all have in common. The president is speaking to the Congress, I suppose, probably. I don't know who he's speaking to actually, because I didn't see that, but it's being broadcast, and there's somebody signing. So I just want to hold that. There's just something about that just grabbed me. And then we see this image of somebody burning a flag. Okay? So those are the things that we get. All right, so now I want to watch this video. And tell us where this video is.
Actually, that is close where I live. It's called Ferishte.
That's Ferishte.
It's in District 1. And it's like, I would say, so we have this thing in my country that people our age or a little bit older or younger, depends, because everything's kind of legal in there, I would say. So we try to like do hangouts, guys and girls go to cafes, smoke hookah and all that. So that one of the cafes that's showing in that video, it's going to be one of those cafes, but it's like early in the morning or like afternoon, I would say.
Wait, you smoking hookah? What do you put in the hookah? Just tobacco?
Just tobacco.
Not the good stuff?
No, I mean, if you want to and you're like,
but that has to be in private.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you can't do that.
Okay,
in
hang on. We're going to talk
space.
about that in a second. Okay, so make sure stream team turn the volume off. This is just an Instagram reel. So is it showing up? We could play it through a couple times too, because it's only about 40 seconds. There's a lot of videos about Iranian nightlife, man, that it was on. So listen. So here's the thing. The one thing that I learned early on about Iran, when I remember I was an undergrad and I met my first couple of Iranian friends. They were studying at the university. Go forward one slide. Yeah. Now, by the way, these are women in the 70s at that period of Whenever.
That is at the university that I studied in my undergrad.
Oh,
It's at the
really?
University of Tehran, yeah.
Okay. All right. So go forward one more slide. There, so here's one of these videos, right? Come on. How come no one's covered, man? Why aren't the women covered?
This is a very new thing. It was not like this the year that I left. It happened right after the 2022 Women Life Freedom Movement. And this is, you will see this level only in Tehran. And I think at some point the morality police just gave up because
Wait, they just gave up.
yeah,
The
because
government gave up.
like the moments that like when it got to the point when if they approached a woman who wasn't covered, they would be attacked, and they were smaller in numbers. So in Tehran, they stopped bothering the women, but in other cities, it's not like that.
Yeah, because I think they're a little bit scared in Tehran
Yeah.
because like we're like a little bit of a stubborn society, I would say. So if we want something, we're just not gonna stop. And I think they're a little bit scared, so they just stopped it. But I know some of my friends in like other cities, they are like this. I'm not saying they will be like exactly like this, but they would put their like scarves and everything on their shoulders. They would still like the things that we'll wear to like cover their body will be till like here, not like this, that's not fully there, but they're going through it. Like they will probably in like a couple of years.
I want to say even 2 years ago when I visited home, it was not to that level. So they still had to have the hijabs, at least like the girls would have it around their necks, but it had gotten kind of to the point that they were not wearing long dresses anymore. And also depends on where you are. So fun thing about Iran is that in Tehran, depending on where you are in the city, you're going to be dealing with less or more morality police, and also depends on whatever is going on in the society.
Got you. Okay, so the morality police, Dr. Silver, this is for you, right? The morality police are people that are going around just watching and making sure that everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing, like not putting special things in their hookah, for example. Right?
Also, yeah, this isn't just for women. It's like back, like I don't know, maybe 6 years ago, like men like couldn't even wear shorts and stuff. Like,
yeah,
it's just funny.
Yeah, you know, same. Like in the Khaliji region,
Yeah.
right, in Gulf countries, similar. Like I wear long sleeves. My wife wouldn't walk around with sleeveless shirts, kind of thing. If she did, she got called out a couple times, man. She was wearing sleeveless shirts, and I'm like, all right, you know.
Right now, probably I wouldn't go to jail or die. But if you would say like 5-6 years ago, if I wanted to walk like this, I would just like literally the morality police would get me, and I would die. They would just get me and then like potentially do something with me. And
So it would be a problem.
It would be a very huge problem.
Yeah, I have a very good case of this 2 weeks ago before the Women Life Freedom Movement was when I came to the US, and me and my friends were hanging out because they knew that I was going to come here, and it was like a group of three girls, and then 2 or 3 of my guy friends, and we were like friends from the university. And so we were sitting in we weren't really doing anything. We were just sitting on the grass in a park, just chatting. And that was the area where we knew that the morality police was going to be there. Fun fact.
Wait, hang on. Morality police. Okay.
Yeah.
You speak faster than I
Sorry,
do. My
morality
God.
police. Yeah.
Okay.
So we knew that they were going to be there because there had been reports, and we have this app that we know where they are in the city.
Wait, there's an app?
Like it's like the app they built for ICE.
Yeah, we just like tell our people you gotta be careful where you're going.
Wait, hang on. If I'm going out, I can like jump on the app and be like, all right, listen, I'm good. I can take.
Yeah, it's called Gershad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
you
I
can look it
get-
up.
And the government knows about it, but whatever. They
You know,
can-
like in Waze, it shows you where the police is.
Yeah,
When you're driving. It's
in
like
Waze.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. And then
Oh, I
like we
love
were
it.
just hanging out, and then the morality police came, and we knew that they were going to be in the area. So I was just like, guys, maybe we shouldn't be sitting here. And I had my full hijab, and I had like a dress. And then my 2 friends, they had their scarves around their shoulders. And so the police actually did come to take us in. And I was really scared because I was like, oh my gosh, I'm leaving the country. I don't want to have a record because what if they stop me from leaving? And then at the time, one of my guy friends, he was doing his mandatory military service and he happens to have been stationed at the city police. So he knew the guy above the guy who came to take us in. And so they had a chat and he told my friend to like take all of us and leave that that entire area, because they were gonna like sit in their van and they were gonna do like a loop, and if they came back and we were there, they would take us in. And so we just left that district altogether.
It's like on what she's saying in Iran, it's a really big thing. Connections, it's a really big thing.
Yeah.
Like if you like, this is gonna sound so bad, but like if in extreme cases, if you kill somebody and you know the right person, you won't go to jail.
Yeah, well, that's true everywhere, as we see. But if you, and people with connections seem to. So I guess that's what kind of the Epstein stuff is all.
Oh
about.
yeah, but like in a smaller scale, like you can pay off a police officer if you get pulled over. Like we just give them a gift, they're gone.
I used to have that when I lived in Mexico. I always just kept a certain number of pesos, like $10 worth of pesos with my passport. So when I got stopped, I would just give them the passport and give them the pesos. Wait, hang on. We're going to get you in a second. But I want to ask you this question. Okay, not you guys. Okay, not you guys. Because you guys are all cool. You're good. But how much, if I went to Iran, to Tehran, and I wanted beer, can I get it?
It's gone way easier. Like I know my friends that like drink, and like it wasn't like this wasn't as often like maybe 5 years ago, but it's just getting like easier
So if
to
I want
access.
a bottle of whiskey, like
You can find everything.
Yeah.
You can find everything, but I will say it's illegal. So if they catch you, that is very, very bad. And I will also say, because there is no regulation and a lot of stuff is homemade, you want to be extremely careful. So that's a pretty common, like you can find alcohol, but again, it is illegal, so it's going to be expensive, and your best bet is just to get bottles that you are 100% sure they haven't been opened.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. Like people go blind because they get.
Yeah, I also want to add something to that. I don't know if they know or not, but there are specific cafes where I live, at least, that aren't cafes to start with. They're not cafes that everybody here is imagining. They're like more like
a lounge.
Yeah, stuff like that. But you can like find alcohol if you know the person, like, and like they were like, oh yeah.
And here's the thing. So I want to take some questions, by the way. Are there questions on the stream? It's true around the world. You can only police people to the degree to which they're willing to be policed. I mean, that's just how this stuff goes. Okay. Cybernetic.
Yeah, I would like to say something to that sense. It's like, I feel like for Iranians, laws are more of a suggestion.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of if you have a good way of going around it, that you're not going to be caught.
Yeah, I got you. That's true around. Cybernetic Qualinaut says, how has the rhetoric about Iran evolved over the years? How about that? That's actually a really interesting question. Do you have a way to answer that? Could you answer that? The rhetoric about Iran,
Like from media, you mean? Like what people talk about it? Or?
Yeah, maybe even how people talk about it, how Iranians talk about Iran or Israel. No, the rhetoric about Iran evolved. Yeah, so how has it evolved over the years, like with regard to Israel? Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's a long story.
Do people in Iran even really think about Israel?
Honestly, no. I mean, the people. It's like wait. Yeah.
The people in Iran don't think about Israel.
No. Let me explain. It's like they don't think about the political. Like as we said, like we don't care about like Americans that like we don't hate them. It's like a similar thing for like the people that. It's like they're not super involved into the politics of it. It also depends like the kind of people you're talking about.
So it's kind of similar. It's similar with the U.S.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah.
I have a thing that it's because we're also going through a lot ourselves. So I think like at sometimes we don't have the time to even think about stuff like that because we're trying to handle our own stuff.
Yeah.
So he didn't mean it like that. Just to put it out there, he did not mean it like that.
Yeah. No, I got you. Quick
Yeah, I have a
That's also my point. Sorry, no, like I think I was just like, but like sorry. Before that, I will add. I think actually the fun aspect of the Iranian government is that the Iranian government has the stance on Israel as it's always had, which is extremely negative. But I think the fun change that I've seen within the people's perspectives is that they've kind of gone from, oh, this is government stuff, we don't care about this random country that we don't even know where it is, to now it's more positive, at least the group of individuals that I'm involved in. So it's definitely shifted from the neutral
to more positive.
At least the part of the population that I associate with mostly.
No, my experience of Iranians is same with my experience of other Muslims. It's like it's the same thing that we talked about earlier. So you have the government, and you have the people. So it's like, yeah, Israel, the Jews, it's fine. Israeli Jews is fine.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. I want to go ahead.
I have a question that's a little bit of a change
You
of
got to make
speed.
it really fast. 'Cause we're running.
I've seen photos of both modern and contemporary bricklaying and masonry within Iran, and it's absolutely stunning. What ways do you see Iranian art and culture within the country?
It's just a big thing that you're
Represented.
proud of, right?
Yep. Can you just repeat the first part of your question?
Yeah, I've seen lots of videos and photos of masonry and bricklaying within the country, both new and old, like new apartment blocks with beautiful, like laid brick. In what ways does that like affect the art and cultural history of the country?
I think it's a very big thing because I think there was a certain shift towards more of like a minimalistic Western style of art and architecture and everything the past couple of decades, and then we moved more towards Iranianization. So if you look at more recent work, but whether it's the architecture or it's the art, everything is moving towards a more modernized version of our own culture. So if you go to like the district where these guys actually come from, there are a lot of new buildings, and there's a lot of the Iranian even calligraphy or like ceramic work incorporated in the cosmetics of like, buildings where people live. And it's a very big thing in coffee shops, in restaurants, in
that's cool.
school, in
Yeah, that's very
everything.
cool. No, that's very, very, very cool. Bro.
So, as I remember, all three of you either are from or lived for a significant amount of time in Tehran. So do you notice a big difference between Tehran and the rest of the country, or like other big cities?
So I would say yes. Again, it depends what side of Tehran are we talking about, but I would say that they're working on Tehran way more than they're working on the other cities and the other parts of the country. But it really also depends what city in the country we're talking about. They focus more, like you would say, like the other cities that are more important, like art wise, like what important things we have in there, tourist wise, they would focus more on that. So it will be closer to Tehran compared to the other sides of the country, other parts of the country. So, but they're trying in general to make it more like Tehran, like more modern, or like rules and other stuff.
Yeah, wait, we're gonna go to another question. How are religious minorities treated in Iran?
By the people or the government?
By the people.
I mean, because of the way that the government approaches it, I think there is not a lot of conversation between religious groups, because in Iran, if you're not Muslim, you're not allowed to, advertise your religion. So they tend to keep to themselves. But typically, they've been like we're all fine with each other. I don't think there is any problematic perspectives towards like if you're Iranian Jew or if you're Iranian Muslim Sunni or if you're Zoroastrian. But they do not welcome people into their prayer times.
Got you. No, I knew some Iranian Jews who just refused to leave, man, because they were Iranian and they practiced their Judaism and they felt, they're like, I'm not leaving. Okay, is there one more? question? Some folks are worried that the Iran regime change will fail, like in Iraq and Afghanistan. Yeah. You guys, that's
It's a really complicated question. Like no one can tell. Yeah.
Shit, that BZ the man. That's a really cool question. You can ask me that BZ tomorrow in my office hours. I'd be happy to answer that question. Hey,
yeah, it's definitely not a discussion that you can wrap up in 2 minutes. There's a lot packed into that question.
It's a really, really cool question. Hey, thank you for coming. Yeah. Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, nice.
You don't think that will work? No, I don't think anybody.
All right. Well, you know what? I am tempted to watch this, but I think I'm going to save it for tomorrow night. Let's see. We are at 3:05. So let's see. Is there? Well, I actually did want to talk about this story. National Park Database flags hundreds of items that might disparage America, specifically, apparently, Black history in particular. So let's listen to this. Trump is basically, the 21st century version of the Dunning School, apparently.
It's no secret that we have a lot of.
And read by Bria, an AI-generated voice. At the Emmett Till and Mamie Till Mobley National Monument in Mississippi, staff members asked the Trump administration to review an entire exhibit on the Black teen's brutal 1955 killing by white men and his mother's decision to publicize it, though the park's staff warned that its removal would leave the site completely devoid of interpretation. At Arches National Park in Utah, park managers wondered whether a sign about the damage that graffiti and invasive species leave on the iconic Red Rock landscape violates a Trump directive to focus solely on America's natural beauty. And at Harper's Ferry National Historical Park in West Virginia, staff members have asked federal officials to decide whether a document that describes an abolitionist murder by a mob might denigrate the murderers. These displays and materials are among several hundred that managers have flagged at hundreds of national park locations since last summer in response to administration orders to scrub sites of partisan ideology, descriptions that disparage Americans, or materials that stray from a focus on the nation's beauty, abundance, or grandeur. The submissions were compiled in an internal government database and reviewed by the Washington Post, which confirmed its authenticity with current federal employees. The database does not make clear which of the plaques, maps, films, and books ultimately will be removed or recast by the Interior Department, though some have already been axed. But the submissions provide a sweeping portrait of the scope of President Donald Trump's bid to reconsider how national park sites address the historic legacy of racism and sexism, LGBTQ+ rights, climate change, and pollution, or whether to acknowledge them at all. A group describing itself as civil servants on the front lines posted the database on 2 public websites Monday, saying in an attached note that it did so to show Americans how the administration is trying to use your public lands to erase history and undermine science. Asked for comment, the Interior Department issued a statement Monday saying that the draft, deliberative internal documents in the database are not a representation of final action taken. The statement from spokesperson Charlotte Taylor asserted that the documents were edited before being inappropriately and illegally released to the media in ways that misrepresented the status of this effort. The department did not respond to questions about the status or process for the reviews, nor about specific examples in the submissions. The tone and content of the materials described and submitted to Interior by park managers vary widely, reflecting a mix of careful attempts to obey administration orders, confusion about what might violate them, and at times, apparent skepticism about the entire endeavor. Staff members identified a brochure at Cape Hatteras National Seashore in North Carolina for possible disparaging of a prominent American because it mentions that aviator and one-time Smithsonian Institution Secretary Samuel Langley failed to achieve flight. A park staffer at Glen Canyon National Recreation Area in Arizona asks for clarification about whether displays on California condors' return from the brink of extinction disparage hunters or tell a success. Several submissions ask for reviews of book covers, book chapters, and entire books on sale at gift shops, including Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, an autobiography by abolitionist Harriet Jacobs. They are mostly on slavery and the Black experience in Washington, D.C., as well as a few on Lincoln's assassination, wrote a park official at Ford's Theater National Historic Site. Not sure they all disparage historical figures, but they do cover dark periods in American history. Another inquiry came from the Thomas Jefferson Memorial in Washington, where employees shared a list of books on the third president. I am not sure if they really disparage Thomas Jefferson, but they do acknowledge that he had children with Sally Hemings, the inquiry notes. Bill Wade, executive director of the Association of National Park Rangers, said the breadth of the submissions revealed the many hours of work that Trump's order imposed on already overextended park employees, who probably should have been doing other things most of us believe would be more important. The exercise, Wade added, runs counter to the reasons many National Park Service employees gravitated toward their work in the first place. Park rangers everywhere, and all park employees for that matter, have been passionate about telling true stories about history and about science, said Wade, a former superintendent of Shenandoah National Park in Virginia. It's a real affront to the values that rangers have. Others have embraced Trump's effort, including Senator Jim Banks, Republican, Indiana, who last summer wrote to top officials at Interior and the Park Service over concerns about woke projects he said appeared to violate the president's order. The president's executive order rightfully opposes a decades-long effort by our institutions to usurp American history with an ideology-based narrative that casts America's founding and history in a negative light, Banks wrote at the time. In nearly a year since Trump's order, national park sites have responded by removing exhibits that address slavery and the challenges overcome by minority and marginalized groups, as well as signs about the science of climate change. But there also has been sustained pushback. Last month, a federal judge in Pennsylvania ordered the Trump administration to restore displays that discuss slavery at a site in Philadelphia, where George Washington lived as president. U.S. District Judge Cynthia M. Roof of the Eastern District of Pennsylvania compared the display's removal earlier this year to the mind control employed by the government in George Orwell's novel 1984. Roof's ruling, issued on President's Day, granted an immediate injunction, requiring the reinstallation of 34 educational panels removed in January by the Park Service from a site at Independence National Historical Park in Philadelphia. 2 weeks ago, a coalition of scientific, preservation, and historical groups sued the Trump administration over changes that already have been made, arguing that the removal of information about civil rights, climate change, and other topics at multiple national parks amounts to illegal censorship. That lawsuit, filed in a federal court in Massachusetts, argues that Interior officials ignored well-established principles and legal requirements when seeking to overhaul information presented at national parks. Democratic members of Congress have also sharply criticized the effort, which they describe as a bid to whitewash the American story. It is absurd that any president would go down this road of trying to retrofit history and culture in their own image instead of getting actual historians to tell us these stories, said Representative Jared Huffman of California, the ranking Democrat on the House Natural Resources Committee. The hundreds of submissions reviewed by the Post run the gamut, from signs and exhibits about slavery and the civil rights movement, to how the effects of climate change already are altering American landscapes, to how the nation remembers indigenous people who inhabited lands long before there was a United States. Not every park flagged materials that needed reviewing under the executive order. The documents reviewed by the Post show that at many locations, officials logged a simple entry: nothing to report. It is clear that as government workers across hundreds of national parks and other historical sites scoured thousands of signs, read through publications, and surveyed countless educational films, they struggled with what exactly might violate Trump's order not to inappropriately disparage Americans past or living. At Cape Hatteras, staff members asked whether information on the effect of light pollution on turtles might be disparaging against park users. The park also pointed out a junior ranger booklet's mention of female pirates in the 17th and 18th centuries dressing like men to hide among ship crews. Please review for appropriateness, the park staff asked, but many of the submissions involve weightier topics in the nation's history. At Cane River Creole National Historical Park in Louisiana, park staff members flagged a planned exhibit about the history of the train depot that is used as the site's visitor center. The depot was still segregated when it ended rail service in 1965, and the exhibit relied on extensive consultation and oral history collection with Black community members, according to a former park employee who worked on the project. For the community, it means for the first time having that story being told in an honest way, and actually just being told, said the former employee, who was laid off from the Park Service last year. It is now unclear whether the exhibit will be installed. At Harper's Ferry, site of abolitionist John Brown's raid in 1859, an employee singled out a document that describes how a mob murders an abolitionist. "Does this denigrate the murderers?" the employee wrote. "We can reword to abolitionist editor Elijah Lovejoy is murdered for his views." A Civil War battlefield driving tour map was also flagged for its inclusion of direct quotes about the cause of the war from secession documents. And Alexander Stephens, Vice President of the Confederacy. The quotes cite slavery as the cause. True, but is this considered cherry-picking and denigrating Southerners? The park's staff wrote. Those quotes were used to provide context and avoid downplaying the role of slavery in the Confederate Rebellion, according to a former Harper's Ferry media specialist who inserted them. Changing the documents and the map would amount to pulling us back into a position of supporting white supremacy and supporting the lost cause narrative, and erasing the importance of African American history, said the specialist, who retired last year and spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of retaliation. Along the Selma to Montgomery National Historic Trail, staffers highlighted signs and literature that discuss segregation in the South and how nonviolent civil rights demonstrators, crossing the Edmund Pettus Bridge on Bloody Sunday in 1965, were attacked by armed officers. While these statements are historically accurate and supported by first-hand accounts, staffers noted in the submissions, they may be perceived as disparaging by individuals who are less familiar with the history of the civil rights movement. Amid the numerous materials submitted for review at Arlington House, the Robert E. Lee Memorial, just across the Potomac River from the district, was a line in a junior ranger book that reads, "In 1829, Robert E. Lee promised to serve in the Army and protect the United States. In 1861, he broke his promise and fought for slavery." Staffers at Arches National Park raised questions about a sign devoted to the effects of human-caused climate change already visible in the park. The park seeks guidance on whether this entire panel is within the scope of Secretary's Order 3431 and should be covered or removed, the submission reads. In other places, it appears that park officials are wrestling with whether entire exhibits, or even entire sites, somehow conflict with Trump's order to focus on the greatness of the achievements and progress of the American people. At the Mississippi site commemorating Till, the very place deals with one of the grimmest examples of racial violence in the United States. Without this exhibit to share the difficult Till story, the new NPS site would be almost completely devoid of interpretation, an employee notes in an inquiry shared with the Post. The exhibit emphasizes progress of the American people toward a better future. Wade said he was encouraged by the ruling that ordered the Trump administration to restore displays that discuss slavery at the site in Philadelphia. Wade's group was also among the plaintiffs in the recently filed lawsuit seeking to halt the administration's changes and deletions at national parks, saying they amount to censorship. But if such legal avenues ultimately fail, Wade said, he suspects the push to alter the telling of history at many sites will continue. The impact is that the visitors are just not going to get true, accurate stories, he said. I just think the public ought to be really concerned about that. In some places, such as the preserved home of civil rights activist Medgar Evers, or the Manzanar National Historic Site in California, where the U.S. government once incarcerated Japanese Americans during World War II, the entire site exists to commemorate painful moments in the nation's history. If you take away the stories, you take away the purpose of the park itself, Wade said.
Yeah, well, Trump, I guess this is sort of in conjunction with America's 250th. Trump basically wants to begin the process, I guess, in partnership. I'm expecting Ron DeSantis to be the next Secretary of Education. They basically want to whitewash America's very violent past between slavery and genocide and, just, some other, things that actually happened in American history. Trump is desperate to make this country into something it never was. And it's kind of sad, to be honest. But you know, the truth the truth can't be suppressed for very long. Donald Trump won't be around forever. So I don't know. This is fairly short. I've been looking around for something short because I'm not going to go too much longer. So this is an interview that Ilhan Omar did recently, and I'm gonna play it mainly just because 12th Man and Brian Nichols are in the audience. No other reason, really.
I want to start by asking you about your life in Somalia. How was it like? Tell me about that time.
She, of course, is a naturalized American citizen. She was not born here in the United States. She obtained citizenship because her father claimed asylum. Yet there's been recent reporting that her father, Ilhan Omar's father's asylum claim was potentially fraudulent.
Yeah, to start with, Ilhan Abdullahi Omar, your congresswoman, is actually Ilhan Nur Saeed Elmi. That's her name.
Congresswoman Omar was also named as the other woman in a Washington, D.C. divorce filing. In the
All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. I am Carmen JC, and we're back with another great video. So today we're going to get into something I told you that we were going to cover. We're going to talk about Ilhan Omar. Now, her story has a lot of moving parts, and I'm not just talking about surface level headlines. I'm talking about her background, her family structure, the civil war in Somalia, the power structures that shaped her before she ever stepped foot in the United States. Because you cannot evaluate someone sitting in Congress if you ignore the systems that shaped them. And that actually matters. Now, if we're going to assess her seriously, especially as Americans, we have to go back further. We have to go back to Somalia. We have to look at what was happening politically before the collapse. We have to examine the system her family was connected to. And we have to understand what that transition into America actually looked like. Because history does not disappear just because you move countries. And when I tell you that this story gets complicated, I am not kidding. So we're going to take our time. We're going to do this properly. And we're going to start at the beginning. But the question is, where does the beginning start? All right, so if we're starting at the beginning, we don't start with war, we start with structure. Now, Somalia was not always what people think it is today. In the late 1800s, during the scramble for Africa, Somali territory was divided between two European powers. The north became British Somaliland and the south became Italian Somaliland, the two colonial systems developing side by side. Now, fast forward to 1960, both regions gained independence and chose to unite. So British Somaliland and Italian Somaliland merged into one Somali republic. However, while it looked like unity on paper, political power centralized in the south in Mogadishu, which is where Ilhan Omar was born. Administrative control leaned southern and the north carried long-term resentment. So the tension never disappeared, it just remained unresolved. At first, Somalia operated as a parliamentary democracy. There were elections, civilian leadership, and a national government. However, instability crept in. Coalition government collapsed, clan loyalty shaped alliances, and corruption increased. Then in October 1969, President Abi Rashid Ali Shamarki was assassinated. 6 days later, Major General Syed Barre seized power in a military coup. And now this is where the state fundamentally changes. Barre consolidated authority under an authoritarian system. Political opposition was banned, media was controlled, security service expanded, and dissent was suppressed. Essentially, Somalia transitioned from a fragile democracy to a centralized dictatorship. During the 1970s, Somalia aligned with the Soviet Union. The Soviet National Army received weapons, funding, and training. Now, according to reporting, Ilhan Omar's father, Nur Omar Mohammed, was a colonel in the Somali National Army during the Soviet Union aligned period, including during the Ogden War. Not enlisted, a colonel. He received Soviet military training. Officers were trained under Soviet doctrine, centralized command, strict hierarchy, and heavy militarization. So essentially, Somalia was operating squarely inside the Cold War geopolitics. Barre adopted what he called scientific socialism. He dissolved political parties and consolidated the state under military authority. By the mid-1970s, Barre pushed pan-Somali nationalism, the idea of uniting all ethnic Somalis in the Horn of Africa, including those in Ethiopia's Ogden region. However, in 1977, Somalia invaded Ethiopia and it became known as the Ogden War. At first, Somalia made significant territorial gains, but then the Soviet Union shifted support to Ethiopia. Cuba deployed thousands of troops to assist Ethiopia. By 1978, Somalia was defeated and forced to withdraw. Now, that defeat was critical. It weakened the regime politically and economically. Foreign alliances shifted, internal opposition intensified. And from that point forward, the regime became even more repressive. By the late 1980s, repression escalated, especially in the South. Now, this is important. The Somali national movement, largely supported by members of the Isaac clan, organized opposition to Barre's rule. However, Barre responded with force. In 1988, government forces bombed Hargeisa, a major northern city heavily populated by Isaac civilians. Large portions of the city were destroyed. Human rights organizations later documented mass killings, detention, torture, and systematic targeting of Isaac civilians. Many scholars and observers have referred to this campaign as the Isaac Genocide. Hundreds of thousands fled across the borders into Ethiopia. Essentially, this was state violence directed at segments of its own population. The fracture between the North and the South became permanent. Now, at the same time, the regime itself was deteriorating. The economy declined, clan-based militias gained strength, international support shifted. In January 1991, Barre's regime collapsed. However, what followed was not reform, it was a power vacuum. Clan militias competed for control, violence escalated, infrastructure collapsed. The authoritarian state was gone. Nothing stable replaced it. Now, this is where this becomes directly relevant because not only was Ilhan Omar's father a colonel in the Somali National Army, but her grandfather also worked in the national administration as well. She has described growing up in a compound in Mogadishu, and by her own description, she grew up in a stable, insulated household, the daughter of a military colonel living in a compound when the state was still functioning. I want you guys to take a listen to her say that in her own words. All right, guys, I am jumping in here just to let you guys know that I am completely independent. And if you want to support the channel, hit the super thanks or the buy me a coffee link below. Also, you can like, comment, or hype the video. Thank you guys so much. Let's get back into the show.
I want to start by asking you about your life in Somalia. How was it like? Tell me about that time.
My life in Somalia was amazing. I mean, I lived for the first 8 years in a beautiful, blissful life. The Somalia that I was born in the 80s was very vibrant Somalia where, you know, my brothers and sisters we were happy. I grew up in a very chaotic, unconventional home. My mom and dad came from different sides of society and we're not really supposed to meet and marry.
What does that mean?
My mom is ethnically Yemeni,
okay. Okay.
and my dad is ethnically Somali.
Okay. Here you have an upper middle class family in Somalia, and yet at a very young age you lose your mother. And you also lose your country, and you encounter war, and you encounter displacement.
Now, this is where perspective matters, because when the Barre regime collapsed in 1991, it wasn't just a state failing. It was a power structure collapsing. And by her own description, she wasn't growing up outside that structure. She was inside it, which means that her family wasn't simply fleeing random chaos. They were a family connected to a regime that lost control. And in historical terms, that is just not a refugee. That's a child of a regime insider displaced by a regime.
You know, it amazes me how, like, this woman is really not well educated. So what is it if a country collapses, if a national government collapses? Of course, a power structure is collapsing. That's exactly what a national government is. It's a power structure. So if you are fleeing a collapsing government and a failing country, you are a refugee. You're seeking refuge. You're seeking to flee danger. By definition, that is a refugee. It doesn't matter whether, you know, the collapsing power structure, if your father was a part of it or your grandfather was a part of it, you're a refugee. The fuck is this girl's problem? This is what happens. This is a failure of the American education system. And frankly, I'm seeing more and more of these young people that are not very well educated. They don't understand the meaning of words. They don't understand what critical thinking is. Literally, if a national government is collapsing, it's a power structure. And if you are fleeing because you were part of that government, you are a refugee. Basic definitions of words. God damn.
Collapse. Now, she clearly grew up inside a functioning, though increasingly oppressive state structure. However, when the regime collapsed in 1991, the system she was born into disappeared. And that's where her personal story intersects directly with Somalia's unraveling. Now, before continuing the timeline, I want to jump to present day for a moment because this part actually matters. There was a journalist who questioned the Department of Homeland Security about Ilhan Omar's past and the inconsistencies that have followed her for years. This question was asked on the federal level, so I want you guys to go ahead and take a listen to that.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, it has been reported that she, of course, is a naturalized American citizen. She was not born here in the United States. She obtained citizenship because her father claimed asylum. Yet there's been recent reporting that her father, Ilhan Omar's father's asylum claim was potentially fraudulent because he claimed asylum on the basis that he was fearing for his life, he said, because the violent Marxist Siad Barre regime in Somalia, he said was going to kill him. The reality, it's been reported recently, is he was actually, that was a lie. He was actually a part of that regime. He was a high-ranking military official, a colonel, probably specializing in propaganda, and that he did not disclose his association with the Siad Barre regime to American authorities before he claimed asylum. The reason he was most likely fearing for his life is because the people of Somalia had overthrown that violent regime and were holding accountable the officials that had abused their power while part of it, him being one of those officials. And I wonder if the Department of Homeland Security is aware of this potential asylum fraud on the part of Ilhan Omar's father that ended up begetting her ability to be a naturalized citizen.
Yeah, we're certainly aware of this, and it's something that has been looked into. Under U.S. law, the grounds for denaturalization is if citizenship was procured on the basis of fraud. It's very much a case-by-case basis, but that's something, of course, the president has truthed quite a bit about this, and that's something that people are looking into.
Now, these questions were being raised publicly. However, we're going to rewind. We're going to go back to 1991. After Barre's regime collapsed in 1991, Somalia descended into a civil war. That's when her family fled. They did not come straight to the United States. They actually went into a refugee camp instead, which was located in Kenya. The refugee experience is often framed as one dramatic moment, but essentially it's usually a prolonged process. Eventually, around 1995, she and part of her family were resettled in the United States. And I want you to hear David Steinberg's explanation for how that resettlement happened and why that part of public record has raised questions, including how she came to use the surname Omar. So let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
Yeah, to start with, Ilhan Abdullahi Omar, your congresswoman, is actually Ilhan Nur Saeed Elmi. That's her name. She came over when she was 12 years old. Her father and Ilhan and 4 other of her siblings come over, are in this refugee camp in Kenya in 1995. A second family, the Omars. I know the names of several of them, perhaps all of them. I've only released the relevant ones, which is Abdullahi Omar and Ahmed Omar. This second family, which was, it was part of her tribe. It wasn't an entirely disconnected family. It was part of her tribe, and they were in this refugee camp together. The Omars, I believe, were qualified for this Priority 3 program. They had a family member, I don't know if a fraudulent family member or a legitimate one, already in the United States. And the Omars were in the process of coming over and being granted asylum. The Omars allowed Ilhan's father, Ilhan, and one sister, Sarah, who she goes by Sarah Noor now, to fraudulently say they were members of the Omars, and they came to the United States as fake members of this Omar family. Now, I don't know exactly why only those three had come as part of the Omars. I do know that the remaining three siblings used their real names and were granted asylum in the United Kingdom just around the same time.
Now, she entered the United States under a refugee sponsorship program. Under that system, refugees typically needed a qualifying family sponsor in the United States. However, later, between 2006 and 2008, federal authorities began conducting DNA testing within parts of that refugee program after discovering high rates of applicants who were not biologically related to the family members they claimed. In some reports, the failure rate was extremely high, over 80% in certain test groups. Now, that raised broader questions about record verification within the system at that time. And I want you guys to take a look at the clip explaining the program and the DNA findings. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Somalis coming to the United States, right? It all kind of stems from the whole Black Hawk Down incident in 1993, I believe. We then created this special class of refugees that is specific to Somalia, who are allowed to come to our country, under a special status, right? And what the State Department eventually found was that the vast majority of something like 87% of Somalis who are claiming refugee status, who they had to have an anchor, right? They had to have somebody in the United States who was a relative, right? And they were finding through DNA analysis that something like 87% of Somalis were lying about being related to someone here in the United States. Is that not basically?
Yes, this was the Priority 3 program by the State Department, Priority 3 Refugee Family Reunification Program.
Now, when they came to America, they eventually relocated to Minnesota. Around 1997, they settled in Cedar Riverside neighborhood in Minneapolis, an area that is highly populated with Somali refugees. She attended Minneapolis public schools. She eventually graduated from Thomas Edison High School in 2001. And now this is where the timeline begins to get more layered. Around 2002, she entered what she describes as a religious Islamic marriage with Ahmad Hirsi. Now, this is not the guy that they think is her brother, and there was no civil marriage license filed with the state of Minnesota at the time. Let's go ahead and listen to David Steinberg's take on that.
She marries Ahmed Hirsi according to her religious traditions. They have an Islamic ceremony. Back in 2002, they move in together. Shortly thereafter, she has children. By 2009, she has 2 children. And she says that she divorces Ahmed Hirsi at this point, shortly before she legally marries Ahmed Elmi.
Now, in 2009, she legally married Ahmed Nur Saeed Elmi in Minnesota. This is the guy that they think is her brother. That marriage was civilly registered. And I don't think I mentioned this earlier, but when they were in the camp, part of her family went to the UK and the other part came to America. He is a part of the family members that went to the UK. Allegations have never been legally proven. However, it became central to public scrutiny to her record. Let's go ahead and take a look at this clip.
He had been living in London, also a citizen, for several years. She's 27, he's 25. This is when they get married. He comes to the United States in 2009. They are married by a Christian pastor in Minnesota. And he, a couple months later, both he and Ilhan move to Fargo, North Dakota, and they enroll at North Dakota State University.
Right.
After that 2009 marriage, she relocated to North Dakota to attend college, herself and her husband. Reports has indicated that Ahmed Hirsi, the father of her children, also relocated around that same time. According to records cited by journalists, suggested overlapping addresses. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
Of course, it doesn't happen because all 3 of them had moved to North Dakota along with the children. There is no separation between Ilhan Omar and Ahmed Hirsi from 2002 until just a couple months ago. They are a married couple, are living together, raising children for 18 years. Now, in the middle of that, she marries Ahmed Elmi legally,
Her brother.
and then divorces him. Divorces him legally in 2017. And a month after divorcing him legally, she finally legally marries Hersey in January of 2018.
Now, in 2011, she reportedly separated from Elmi, the brother. And in 2012, she had her third child with Ahmed Hersey while she was still legally married to Elmi. In 2014 to 2015, she filed joint tax returns with Ahmed Hersey while she was still married to Elmi, the brother. In 2017, she officially divorced Elmi, the brother. She was investigated regarding those filings, though there were no criminal charges. Now, let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
Because there was a man who, it was common law, yes, but she was using his name on tax forms. She was claiming this man to be her husband. So certainly a case can be made that she has committed bigamy as well.
Right.
Even though she wasn't legally married to Hersey.
Which brings us to another issue in that a lot of people, I think, are unaware of this, was that she was investigated by the state of Minnesota Campaign Finance Board, right? And found to be guilty of filing false tax returns, filing illegal joint tax returns with this man, Ahmed Hersey, who was not legally her husband at the time in 2014 and 2015.
Correct. In short, you filed jointly with a person you're legally married to. There was no common law marriage in Minnesota. A couple states allow it, but you simply do not, you can only file jointly to someone you are legally married to. She filed jointly with Ahmed Hersey for at least 2 years, possibly 8.
In 2016, she won a seat in the Minnesota House of Representatives, and in 2018, she won a seat in Congress. Now, 2018, she also legally married Ahmed Hersey, the father of her children, and that marriage ended in 2019. Now, between 2019 and 2020, she was accused of having an affair with Tim Minette, who was married at the time to Beth Minette. She later acknowledged the relationship, and I want you guys to take a listen to that.
Last fall, Congresswoman Omar was also named as the other woman in a Washington, D.C. divorce filing. In the filing, a woman said her husband, progressive political consultant Tim Minette, was leaving her for the Congresswoman. At the time, Representative Omar denied she was dating anyone, and Tim Minette also denied the affair. But last month, the Congresswoman announced on her Instagram account that the two are in fact married. Her campaign continues to employ and pay Minette's consulting firm for work nearly $300,000 in just the first quarter of this year. And that has raised questions Omar has responded to by saying it is legal under federal campaign finance law to employ a relative. She was a guest on WCCO Sunday morning.
You know, our relationship with the firm began the day I announced my election to Congress back June of 2018. And certainly our relationship with my husband and I started way after
And that brings us to where we are today. A member of the United States Congress, multiple marriages, religious marriages, civil marriages, investigation, public scrutiny, a layered immigration history, just a full complicated record. So the question becomes, what exactly is going on here? All right, guys. So I purposely didn't get into certain things within this episode. And obviously, there's so much more to this
For
story.
obvious
But this
reasons.
episode was really about you understanding her growing up in Somalia, that she was pretty much upper middle class. And essentially that her father was a part of this dictator regime. And essentially they were living good when everyone else was living bad. They want that back. That's what we're going to probably talk about in the future, about kind of which side she was on, because she was on the side that was committing a genocide, essentially. And her father was a colonel in the army. Her grandfather worked for the administration as well. So I think these are very relevant details. And the whole thing with her brother, who is the Elmi guy from the UK, and her marrying him while still being with the father of her children, who she literally says she married in an Islamic marriage. She's just getting married and divorced all throughout this whole thing. And it's just how could you even be like religious if you just marrying and divorcing, having sex, living? It's a lot going on. Okay. But I wanted to kind of clarify what was going on with the brother thing because I think that she married her brother like for citizenship. Like she wasn't with her brother. I know a lot of people like to laugh about it, but I don't think she was with her brother. She was still with the father of her children, but she married her brother so he can come over here and probably obtain citizenship. So that's kind of what I want you guys to kind of take from this episode. And then, not to mention, she was a whore. Okay, take that too. But we're going to talk about more of this. I'm going to do, I don't know how many part series, but I'm going to talk about her whole like fraud thing, how she became a representative, all of those connections. So I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. You guys are so awesome. I think we're going to pause there for today, guys, because it's just so much to cover. And I feel like I covered a lot of the background just so when we move forward, you guys can kind of be on the same page as me. I want to know what you guys think. I am Carmen JC. If you're new here, make sure you hit the like or the subscribe button. Or if you want to support the channel, hit the super thanks or the buy me a coffee link below. I love you guys so much, and I will see you guys next time.
I'm breaking chains, freeing minds.
Yeah, I'm going to say, hopefully in the next episode, she backs off the camera a little bit. It was, I could barely see her for the shine on those lips. So, what Dave loves, I find distracting. So, gee, I don't know. I'm kind of, unless somebody wants to hit the link, I don't really have that much more to cover. Ilhan Omar is actually pretty good looking. She has a shape. So what? Did you see her hands, Dave? She's been washing dishes by hand. That's for sure. Yeah, Dave, she blew a kiss. It was just for Dave. All right. Well, barring seems nobody wants to hit the link. So I'm gonna fold up the pull the tent stakes and fold up the tent. There's no link. Did I not oh, okay. Thought I posted it. I guess I put it in the chat, but didn't pin it. All right, so I'll drop the link right quick. And like I said, I'm kind of tired and unmotivated after watching a bunch of Trump stuff and talking about a bunch of Trump stuff today. It kind of takes the starch out of my sails. So there's the link. Come on up if you want to discuss something. Let's see here. What's up, Dave?
Howdy. How you doing? I missed most of the show, unfortunately. But from where I'm
Well, that's
sitting
all
in
right. We basically just talked about we did cover the Medal of Honor ceremony, which Trump mostly made it about himself.
Yeah, as he should. He deserves the honor.
Yeah. He basically talked about him and his wife trying to agree on new drapes for the ballroom.
That ballroom is going to be
out
grand.
a couple medals and it was over.
Yeah, I really don't want nothing, but you're going to lay off of my girl Joyce. Now, you got your favorites. I got mine.
Who's Joyce?
Carmen Joyce.
Oh, I don't. She's unremarkable. This will probably be the only time I ever talk to her or talk about her.
Did you see those lips, Stanley? They were popping.
All I could see were those lips. She has the camera too close.
You don't ever catch me fawning over Because
A
you like
black
to
woman?
yeah, you like to say that I don't like them.
Well, just because you've fallen over one, that doesn't change my opinion.
I don't know why you have that opinion, nor does it matter.
Well, I've heard you talk about black women. I've seen you in other people's chats talking about black women. You can't hide shit. None of the gulag likes black women.
What are you talking about? We love black women.
What
I don't
the
know why
hell, dude?
you can't just say stuff.
Have you never heard SKC talk about black people? And I assume black women are black people.
No, they're not actually. They're not. We are
Okay.
not. Black people does not include black women. Because if it did, you wouldn't need special set asides for black women.
Well, all I have to say is if black women aren't black people, then how are black people ever gonna um like exist? If all you gulag members, y'all can't procreate even when you love each other up a lot.
Yeah, I think they do pretty good procreating. I don't. Well, I give them a C because it's kind of 50-50. Some of them they get rid of, and some of them they have, and the ones they have they don't stick together, which I find kind of odd. That might be the problem. Families should stick together.
Yeah, okay.
I don't mistake my criticisms for hate.
Oh, I didn't say you hated black women. I said you don't like black women.
Or dislike.
I think that if you don't like women, then I think if you do not like women, black women, then you don't like black women.
Oh no, that Carmen Joyce gets me
You either
going.
like them or you don't.
That Carmen Joyce gets me going.
There are always exceptions. I don't particularly like Asian women, but there are definitely exceptions. I should say I'm not particularly attracted to Asian women, but there are plenty of exceptions.
I can see that. I like women in general. I don't think there's one that I dislike, unless you want to be specific where they come
Well,
from.
maybe I get that wrong. It's not that you don't like women or black women in particular. You just don't respect women.
Where did you get that from?
Oh, dude, I have heard you talk over the years. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna be honest. I can't think of anyone, including Sharon Bracey, who respect women.
I don't think he respects women. I don't think you have to give him special treatment. That's for
John
sure.
Galt, JP, you, SKC, all the black people, all the black men that I come across, in this particular sector, I can't think of one black man that I could honestly say respects black women.
I respect them, but I'm like you. You're not gonna gum pop me.
You can say that, but you're not going to change my opinion.
I think if you're gonna gum pop me, you're gonna have a conversation. Not you. I'm saying like women.
Take it easy, Ola. Huh?
If they gum pop me, they're gonna have a conversation by themselves. I do shut down conversation. So back to
you don't respect women.
Nah, I just don't think that they should get on a certain level with men. That's all.
Then you don't respect women
We are
as equal.
We are not.
You don't
we are
definitely
no. I don't
respect
see them as equal. I don't see them as equal because you won't allow them to be equal.
Don't respect women. Thank you.
No, the general public does not allow women to be equal.
If you do not think women are equals, at least under the law or equal in humanity, et cetera, then you don't respect women.
In humanity,
Brian,
sure.
you and I will disagree on that. I don't think John Galt respects black women in particular or women in general. He's one of these typical old YNs that I come across on YouTube all the time.
Enough of Galt. Stanley, there's a closeted homosexuals that are trapped in Republican states.
And did you were in Sharon's chat today, right?
No, I don't watch that snowflake.
Why did I think I saw you there? Maybe I'm thinking
Hey,
of Nightish,
but the exact reason, the point you were making is the reason why I don't watch Sharon. Sharon doesn't treat women as equal.
Well, I don't think any of y'all do.
I do.
I don't think Freezy does. I don't think Drip does. I don't think Galt, Izzy. None of y'all, Nightish, none of y'all treat women as equals. You'll put
Well,
them
you
on a
have to.
pedestal. See, what y'all don't understand
No,
is
that's not me,
putting
bro.
women on pedestals is not respecting women.
I agree with you. See, that's not even me.
Well, I have to admit, you definitely don't put women on pedestals.
No, I treat them as equals. You talk shit, I'm gonna talk shit. I'm kind of nice. I'm nicer to them than men, but they're not equal, so I don't treat them as equal. They get special treatment, so that I treat them specially. See, that is respect, I guess. Or if it's not, then maybe when they talk shit, I should get on the same level.
Right.
Equals means something.
I don't think you respect them as equals. You pretty much said that. And I don't think if you don't respect them as equals, then you don't respect them.
Oh, okay. I will take your lead on that. Because you've shown me how to respect women as equals, especially Lindy Lou. Have you spoken to her lately?
I haven't seen Lindy Lou in these streets for months. I don't respect stupid women, but then I don't respect
Uh-oh.
stupid men either.
Do you think that conservative women are smarter or dumber than liberal women?
I don't want to make that kind of generalization because there are plenty conservative smart women. There are plenty liberal smart women. They're
Because
dumb conservative women. Same on the left.
I've never seen you review a conservative woman
How
and
many
not
times have I
criticize
talked about
the.
how many times have I talked about Condoleezza Rice and I would
That's
vote for her.
universal.
I would
That's
vote. Yeah, is she not a black woman who's conservative?
she's like an outlier.
Okay, listen to what I asked you. Is she not a conservative woman and a conservative black woman? There are
She is a
plenty
conservative
conservative
black
black
woman.
women
Yes,
who are smart.
she's very smart. She's exceptional.
Okay, I don't care about any of that. You said
That's why
I
she's a
don't think
conservative.
conservative. You said I don't think conservative black women or conservative women are smart, and I beg to differ. I think
Yeah, you named the outlier. Good job.
there's Linda Chavez, there's Madeleine Albright, there's Mona Charen. There's all kinds of conservative women that I know of that I think are smart. There's what's her name? Used to write speeches for Ronald Reagan. Plenty of them.
Okay, good. I was just checking.
Well, you don't ever have to worry about me. I'm pretty, I just don't like stupid people. And the problem with stupid people is they often don't know that they're stupid.
No, a wise man knows that he knows nothing at all. Why would anybody
Right.
assume that they're
Stupid people don't realize that they don't know shit. They just keep spouting it. 12th Man is a perfect example of that.
Wait a minute, that's home. You can't hit home.
Sure I can.
Sure. 12th Man's a very smart individual. May not be smart in areas that you talk about.
He is not
but
smart.
he's very
He is not
knowledgeable.
learned, and he loves to talk about shit he doesn't know.
Oh, I respect 12th Man, regardless
Well,
of the criticisms.
then respect for your respect. I don't respect 12th Man that way.
And I've never seen anybody have you on your heels as much as Solid Snake.
Yeah, okay. Solid Snake has me on my heels half the time because I can't believe he's that dumb. I mean, he Honestly, I don't think I've ever met anyone like Solid Snake. Half the time he just has me agape with, damn, how did he make it to 50?
Unique individual.
You know, I wonder how many years it took him not to stare up when it's raining lest he drown like a turkey.
That is so random. I love it. Oh, I gotta share this with you. So, got my daughter the car the other day, and
Oh,
then
did
she
you?
said, yeah, she said she was hungry, so she's gonna order some food. Did I want something? Of course not. You're not paying for me, and I'm good. I already ate. So she orders burgers from this burger place, and we get there, and she runs in to go get her food, but then I have to pee, so I'm like, let me use the bathroom since we're here. I go into the burger joint, and it's an Indian hamburger spot.
Wait, did you say
And I'm
Indian?
Yeah, and I'm like, wait a minute,
Like South Asian?
like the cow worshiping Indian, red dot.
Right.
W- So what? They only do that there. They don't do that here.
Do what?
I I thought the cow was a sacred animal.
Okay, well, you
Swi-
know, not every South Asian, even in India, there are a lot of South Asians who are Muslim.
I get. How do you
Did you
know the
not know
difference?
that?
You can't tell by looking.
Okay, well, dude, how does that change what I said?
Stanley, I was so confused,
Okay,
bro.
listen to what I said. Not
I'm
all
still
South Asians
confused.
are Hindus. Many of them are Muslims. Muslims can eat beef.
Okay, well, I learned something because I think
Wait,
it's
you didn't know this?
no. It's not that I didn't know it. I just figured that they all had respect for the cow. They wouldn't come to America and
Oh
sell
my
it in burger
gosh.
between bread.
Really? What would lead you to believe? You do know that there are parts of India where they do eat beef, right?
I know now.
Oh,
I
come
don't
on,
really.
Dave.
That's not
Dave.
an area of interest at all. Trust me, I wrote them all off. When they were selling hamburgers over
Okay,
here,
well,
to
you
me,
know, at
that's a
least I
wild one.
brought you. At least at least I have brought. Yeah, even like Kelvin says, maybe you confuse them for Muslims. Yeah, it's like there are,
Nah. That one of the
India and
name tags.
Pakistan,
One of the name tags said
used to be
Pradesh.
one entity back in the Raj days.
The name tag said
There
Pradesh.
are Sikhs, and I'm not sure if Sikhs can eat I think Sikhism is a form of Hinduism. I'm not sure about that. So I may be off base, but there is a whole Muslim minority in India, and they would be kind of equivalent to blacks in the United States. They've got like an affirmative action for Muslims over in India. It's a whole thing.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for straightening that up because I was so dumbfounded. I don't know much about them people. They're everywhere. Now they're selling hamburgers.
Okay. Well,
I'm gonna pour a drink to that.
you're gonna what?
I'm gonna pour a drink.
Yeah.
It's okay to be ignorant to a point.
No, it is not okay to be ignorant, Dave. I don't know. I don't know whoever gave you that notion, but they led you wrong.
I'm totally ignorant. Well, the sun's down and I didn't get to fly my plane today. That's disappointing.
Well, sorry to hear that. It's been cloudy here all day.
But you got
don't
80
know-
degrees this week, don't you?
I haven't looked, but it supposedly was going to get up to around 70 or 75 here today. So Yeah, it's March. Another couple weeks, it'll be short sleeve weather.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Mike? Oh, sorry, got the baby. Give me a minute. I'm gonna go on mute for a second. I got something to do.
Okay. There was something. I guess we could watch this. This is a new
Here's a
channel
story
that
a lot of passions are going to run very high.
I was made aware of by John Strives.
Here, you know, I don't have all the answers to what I think is going to happen here. It does, to me, bring back bad memories from the Iraq War, you know, which was started in many people's eyes who perpetrated it for the best of intentions. Saddam was a bad guy, doing bad things to his people, killing many of them,
That's
running
actually
a
pretty
ruthless
funny,
regime,
Jan.
possessing weapons of mass destruction, and he had to be stopped. You know, I've been on this rodeo of rhetoric before, and it feels to me like we're on a very similar path now, but Iran is an altogether bigger and more difficult scenario than even Iraq was.
It's not. It's easier because the Iranian people love America. They love Israel. They're secular. They're democratic. They're united. They're patriotic. They're all on the same page with regards to what they want the future of Iran to be. And they already have a leader. They already have a plan for what to do when the Islamic Republic collapses. So you don't need to do nation building for the Iranian people. The Iranian people will do the nation building themselves. And that's why Iran is actually a lot more straightforward.
You know, you've got 220 odd thousand Revolutionary Guard. You have nearly 1 million regular army. You have many other paramilitaries, you know, hundreds of thousands more. This idea that America has, or Donald Trump has, that by doing these strikes, you're going to start a big revolution amongst the people on the ground. You know, they've got to get past 1.5 million very heavily armed people that will try and stop them. And we saw recently they stopped 30,000 of them by killing them. So do you think that the mission here is even achievable? And do you think what has happened is legal?
I am glad Pierce that we started the segment with Mike Pence because he is.
One thing I want to point out is that the government of Iran hasn't toppled. It's still, you know, it's been decapitated, but it's still flopping around like a chicken, you know, launching missiles everywhere. So no, the mission is not accomplished yet.
Is an American elected official who voted for the Iraq War in 2002, 2003, continued to defend it for many years. And unlike many American politicians who did that, who ended up saying they regretted it or it was a mistake, Mike Pence to this very day believes that going into Iraq was the right thing to do. And everything that he said in justification and defense of this new war was exactly the things that he and all the other American leaders who wanted this war in 2002 and 2003 were saying then. But it's not just the Iraq war. It's also exactly what happened.
We do have, I mean, it's not the going into Iraq was not a mistake. The de-Baathification that came after it was the mistake.
In Libya, President Obama said, "Oh, don't worry, this isn't a regime change war.
No,
it's just to protect
going
the people of
into
Benghazi," and that it ended up being a regime
was
change
a
war that
mistake.
destroyed Libya. It's what we did in Afghanistan, where we were told, "Oh, we're just going in to get Osama bin Laden," and then 20 years later,
What idiot here doesn't understand is that there was no reason to go into Iran. And it's hard for me to believe that this wasn't known. So it was a mistake to go into Iraq. The de-Baathification, yep, that happened after the mistake of going into Iraq. And of course, this dude isn't going to think it's a mistake. He's from Iran.
our troops leave, trillions of dollars spent, huge numbers of dead, and the Taliban march right back into power. And you can even go back to Vietnam, where we were lied into that war, lied through that war by many of the same people who telling us now that we have to do this. It is a
Guys, is he going to mention the wars that ended up working out very well? Is he going to mention defeating the Nazis, Japan?
Once again, just it's dumb on top of dumb. Okay, the point is the last time we had a successful war, it was World War II. Korea, pretty much Grenada, I guess, worked out if you want to bring that up. There've been a couple incursions into these countries, like Grenada, but I mean, we're talking like little tiny islands that are in the Western Hemisphere. Okay, even if you don't think so, there is more or less a common culture even in Latin America. Latin America was, pretty much colonized by a Western European, power. Um, Iran is in Iraq, totally different animals, different culture. They're on the other side of the world, um, etc. So again, World War II, that's like apples and oranges from what Glenn, what's his name, Glenn Greenwald is saying.
Imperialist Japan and Germany and Japan now becoming two of the greatest economies on planet Earth and major allies of United States. Is he going to mention Serbia? Is he going to mention Panama? I wonder. Do you guys think he's going to mention those good examples of military intervention? I don't think so.
Astounding to me that somebody like Mike Pence or so many other people who lied to the public continuously, led our country into disastrous wars one after the next.
Just so I don't know, this may not matter, but it just so happens that Glenn Greenwald actually lives in Brazil now. So thought I'd mention that. Speaking of Latin America.
Are now just speaking as though none of it ever happened. It would be like as if a journalist, I published 8 or 9 different fraudulent stories with fake quotes and fake sources. And then the next day I woke up and said, oh, I know I did those things in the past, but I think I should still have credibility for you to listen to my reporting today, even though I did all of that. The other point I want to make is I want to ask Jonathan, because I mean, honestly, it is very, very difficult. I have to confess, not just for me, but for the world, as the polls show, to listen to an Israeli official in an Israeli accent give lectures on the need to have compassion for civilians after everything we just watched Israel do.
That is one of the most racist things I've ever heard. He's like, "Oh, why do I have to listen to an Israeli?"
Now listen to listen to this lady who is of Iranian descent, if she wasn't born in Iran, talk about racism. One of the most racist things. No, Israeli is not a race. And she's a lawyer, she should know better. Israeli in an Israeli accent, Israeli is not a race.
Really official in an Israeli accent talk about compassion, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like this guy is like super racist. Like that's
Listen to this silly woman. This guy is super racist for calling somebody an Israeli. God damn. I am so happy I'm not on her panel, because even if I was her buddy, I'd be laughing. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Anti-Semitism. That's literally like racist.
Yeah, anti-Semitism. Calling someone an Israeli is anti-Semitism. Good one, Goldie.
Behavior.
Yeah, I mean, Israelis are incapable of compassion, according to this person. And then they dare call other people Nazis. Like, I mean, did they hear themselves?
Psycho.
This is what stupid people sound like when they're on a
tens
panel.
of thousands of people in Gaza. All
Vaporizing. He said vaporizing tens of thousands of people in Gaza.
They did
vaporizing. Hamas was using every single person that died in Gaza was designed. Their killing was engineered by Hamas. The murderer.
Yeah, every single casualty was engineered.
If you don't understand that, you're not really serious.
I may not be able to listen to this much longer.
Like you should, all your analysis could be dismissed after you claim something like that.
But since he is here, I do want to ask him, Jonathan, there's a lot of reports in mainstream Western press about how the IDF has built its primary military and intelligence structures, not just within key residential areas in Tel Aviv, but also underneath. Is it true that the IDF has built key military and intelligence targets within residential areas of Tel Aviv and beneath residential targets in Tel Aviv, the way that the Western media has continuously reported? Is that actually true?
Okay, guys, even before I hear what the actual
Wait, look at my face, look at the general's face, look at Jonathan's face. We're all just like, what is happening right now? Like, what in the weird conspiracy, anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is going on right
Right. I mean, even without me knowing what he's referring to, it's obvious that this can't be the case because, guys,
See, this dude literally admitted he has no clue what Glenn Greenwald is talking about, but he's going to continue to comment on it. By God.
now? So listen to Jonathan's example. No. There are examples, and Jonathan explains it, but he says what you're talking about is insane. Just listen to Jonathan's response.
Let me actually, I'm going to say this before I play Jonathan.
All right.
Okay, guys, in what world does Hamas think like, hey, we want to take out, I don't know, a headquarters of Israeli military, but there are civilian Israelis living next to it. Oh no, that is going to deter us from hitting the military base because those poor Jews, those poor Israeli civilians. Oh no, like, can you hear yourself? Like, do you really think that would be a strategy for Israel to use? Like, that would be a deter Hamas? That would
okay. This dude is just dumb as a box of sand from an Iranian desert. What the fuck is he talking about? That's really not even the thrust. You know what? I'm not going to even go there. This dude, maybe it's a language barrier or something. He doesn't understand the import of Glenn Greenwald's question. It has nothing to do with Hamas, for starters. Oh, boy.
Deter Hezbollah? In what world would that deter Hamas and Hezbollah? Anyways, let's listen to this.
Yeah, I can give a relatively short and plain answer to it. Surprising question. I've read some of your reporting and you seem like an informed guy. But yes, the IDF headquarters, referred to as the Kiryat, is indeed located in Tel Aviv. It is surrounded by civilian buildings, and inside the headquarters, not underneath civilians, but underneath the headquarters itself, is a bunker, which is not a revolutionary concept of militaries. And that bunker is a few stories below ground. Its name is indeed the Zion Citadel. And that is where some of the Israeli officers, generals conduct military operations from. I suppose some of the strikes, if not all of the strikes that are ongoing in Iran today, are managed from there. When Iran targeted that location, they've targeted it now. They have targeted it in the past, and Hezbollah has targeted it in the past, and so have many others. You actually never heard anybody in Israel, definitely not anybody official, say, that isn't okay, and it's not a military target. It is a military target. We cannot move Tel Aviv out of the way, and the base is probably too big to move out of the way. And if it is hit, then it is on Israel, because it is a military target. But there is a very big difference here between doing that, having a properly marked.
Once again, Glenn Greenwald's point is that, hey, if you put a military target in a civilian neighborhood, well, that's kind of a reckless thing to do. You're risking civilians if you put a military headquarters in their neighborhood. That's the point. Whether it's intentional or not, it's pretty much I think it's a good parallel. Okay, you're putting civilians at risk needlessly. Move the goddamn military headquarters to a place where civilians aren't endangered. That's the point.
And disclosed location, which is the IDF base. Everybody knows that it's there. And doing what our enemies do, which is hide underneath and between the civilian population, disguised as civilians and using civilians as human shields. There are no civilians.
They don't even try to hit military targets. Their targets are the civilians. When it comes to Hamas and Hezbollah and the IRGC, the targets are the civilians. They have given up on trying to actually hit military bases because they never hit the target. They focus their main focus in highly populated areas. So removing the IDF headquarters from the highly populated areas.
What this bozo doesn't understand is even if they were intentionally targeting civilians, having that military headquarters nearby gives them probable deniability that they're targeting civilians. This bozo obviously isn't very bright. And by the way, that reminds me, there's a rule in the military, at least when I was in the Navy, that, you know, you're not supposed to use, like, say you had a rocket, a shoulder launched rocket. Well, you are supposed to use those on hard targets. It's like a Geneva Convention thing. You know, you use missiles and these bigger ordinances on equipment, not people. However, the plausible deniability is saying, hey, you know what? I was aiming at this dude's rifle, or I was aiming at his sidearm. You know, that's equipment. You know, the actual human being just happened to be attached to the equipment. So, you know, that's the kind of plausible deniability I'm talking about. You know, we weren't targeting the civilians. We were targeting the military headquarters. The civilians just happened to live next door.
That's not going to save the people because the people were the target to begin with.
Civilians above the base used as human shields. And there are no civilians that are told to be in a certain location so that our enemies won't strike.
Okay.
Because that's a cowardly thing to do.
All right. Well, you know what? Dave is gone. Apparently no one else is going to come up. And I am at 4 hours and 22 minutes, which is good enough for me. I'm going to wrap this up because I'm a little tired. Might as well go eat dinner. And I will see everybody back here tomorrow at somewhere around 2:45 or 3, somewhere in that area. And I think tomorrow we're going to talk more about Trump and MAGA. I got some videos I've been saving up. So unless something changes, I can always, you know, change my mind. But that's what I have planned for tomorrow. So everybody have a good night. And I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of and it's not it, you know, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States boosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but you know, the thing is that you know, if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will. I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.